to add more snow levels. Most of them are. I was trying to find things specifically that weren't that, and I ended up with mostly not ice. So ice is underrepresented, I think.
Says you.
Says me. Says Dragon Dark. Welcome.
Yeah, welcome, Dragon Dark.
I fail at time management. I should have had a shower done quicker than that.
Well, you're gonna need to be better at time management because you only got an hour to practice this next mystery game coming up.
Let me know when you got the stream up, and we'll get that mystery game out and start going.
Yeah, give me a sec. Just gotta open some crap up.
Open some stuff.
The stuff.
The stuff.
Artie and Footy. Do you mean Artie Lightfoot?
I like Artie and Footy.
Artie and Footy sounds like a pretty good game. I'm glad I can still have the voting for the games for the Rhino Rumble episode on my voting queue. It's been on there for like months.
Oh, really? It's still up there? Huh.
You just like reminding me that I lost, won't you?
No, not 390 FPS. That's a little high.
A little bit high.
Buttery smooth.
It was 256 by 224 for NES, right?
Yep.
So.
Did Goost and Freeball ever meet? Well, you can go to speedgaming.tv and look at the match history. And I can confirm that they haven't.
Mystery games. Well, it won't be an RPG, I will guarantee that. I looked at the list. The list that I voted on, and there are no RPGs in there.
There might be some shooting involved.
There might be some shooting.
Yeah, shooting's a very distinct possibility.
Hey, everybody's showing up. Hi, guys.
Hi.
We're all here. Gang's all here.
Just trying to get a few things around. The stream should be up, but it'll be a black screen because I don't have anything on the emulator.
Okay. That's good enough.
Oh, good. You're still listing the R-type from the last match. If I want to play that.
If you want to play that, you're welcome to, but... Alright, well, if you guys are here and ready and set to go, let's go put this goal up. Where is it? There it is.
Paid for the whole seat, but you only need the edge.
Exactly. Alright, mystery game is revealed.
It's Contra, boys. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
We're playing Contra. It's Contra Boys.
Oh, this is the J version even.
Yes, you can
Jet.
skip the cutscene in between
man.
levels for maximum fastness. No, it'll still play that sound, but then instead of just saying stage 7 for a few seconds, it'll just go right to the next one.
Oh, I wish it had that voice sample.
Stage 7.
Good sample.
Good.
Alright.
I played a game recently that was a Japanese game with an English translation, but it actually had Japanese audio. It would say a Japanese word, and you had to know what it was and react to it. So someone actually came up with like these really bad sound bites that say the same thing in English, but it's really bad.
This is going to be a fun one. I can already tell. It's also going to be a lot of playing game.
It's going to be a lot of playing. I hope it is.
No, there's no game playing involved in this.
I hope there is a lot of playing.
It's going to be
Rise
stages
for J.
7 and 8. Pretty far into the game. I don't think it's quite all the way to the end, though.
7 and 8 are the last 2 stages.
It is quite the end. Oh, yes.
Dang. Okay. Thought there was a ninth in there.
Nope.
Please extract. What?
So you've got the spread,
Best gun in the game.
probably the R
Okay.
too. There. Do you guys know about the spread rhythm?
Yes.
I don't know what the rhythm is. I'm just gonna mash a whole lot.
Mashing a whole lot works.
What the heck is in
You can get away with mashing less than a whole lot, but still you have to mash a lot.
It's called Grisor?
Grisor, yeah, that's the Japanese name of
Okay.
Contra.
That was really throwing me off there.
Yeah, this
Ah, I
game's
didn't know that.
Grisor, Probotector, and Contra. It's
I
got
definitely know Pro Protector is one.
it's got different names depending on where you're at.
So the deal with the spread gun is you can only have so many bullets on screen at once, right? And it prioritizes firing the middle one and then the two middle-ish ones and then the 2 far ones. So basically, if you wait until some of the projectiles are off screen but not all of them to fire again, it will just shoot the ones that are closer to the middle. And so if you keep doing it at a certain rhythm, which I cannot possibly hope to explain with words alone, you can get the bullets coming out mostly down the middle, and that lets you concentrate your fire and do a whole bunch of damage.
I am going to look at the video for this because I know right where to go.
Yeah, I should probably do the same.
It's pretty advanced. I don't expect that you guys will totally master it.
I will master it with my face.
All right.
I'm picturing like a nose and a tongue like all over a D-pad. Ugh.
It's not the source that I want.
This will do.
All right, so what we're doing here is these players have 1 hour to practice Contra. They're doing areas 7 and 8, so they have to learn these last 2 levels of the game here. They've got an hour to work on it, and then we're going to do a 30-minute match to see who can get the best PB time. These guys don't have any speedrun experience with Contra before, so they're starting from scratch here. Right now, Andy's paused because he's probably looking up a video or something like that to find out what the strats are for this level.
Yeah, players are allowed to use their 1 hour of practice as they see fit, except for consulting an expert player personally.
Right. Unless there's someone who's an expert player here in the chat, you're welcome to give hints to both players, but you can't have like a secret buddy feeding you strats as you go or something like that.
I will ask this right now. Am I allowed to do that for week-long goals? Because I might have done that for a week.
Yes.
Yeah,
you
week-long
can do it.
goals we can't. Yeah, it's really just whatever.
Because let me tell you, Young India went straight to tour.
That's
No
fine.
doubt.
I mean, part of the strategy of being a speedrunner is knowing how to use the community resources and whatnot, so that's all right. But for the mystery match, it's much more constrained.
SGL's rigged, man. It's all about who you know.
Yeah, exactly. The top tier strats that you can get from secret black market sources.
What the hell? Maybe the source might be a little bit out of my league. Let's go back to winging it.
Yeah, the strats in Contra have changed over the last few years. It's interesting that a game that's pretty much just hold right and jump is and hit the B button a lot is still finding new tech. But yeah, this level in particular is done a bit differently. Also, the players that you see doing record attempts are probably going to have a different global timer when they get to this place. I believe, well, this is, first of all, the Japanese version, so it's not going to be the same global timer as any of the US version ones that you see, but also it's made from the TAS, so the save state was made from the TAS, so it's going to be in a different spot as well. The global timer is going to affect these claw things that come down from the ceiling, so that's probably going to be the biggest difference between this and any video that you'd find out there.
I think the worst part about practicing this is that, like, there's, like, literally no way I'm gonna have, like, I can't just pause to look at things because then the timer advances.
That is true. The timer will advance when it's paused. In fact, there's some tricks you can do to stop certain of these crushers from coming down on you by pausing over the spot where they're supposed to trigger. So you like pause for just a moment as the thing's about to trigger and then unpause afterwards and it won't come down. It's sort of like the wing boot stretching in Xanadu. Essentially works the same way.
Xanadu is a hard game from what I understand.
Xanadu is a hard game and I think a really cool speedrun.
Oops.
There's a safety B, I think, the invincibility thing that you can
Definitely
get.
has a B.
Yeah, you can. I'm not sure if current runners get that, but it's not very far out of your way to get it. You can get up there and just hesitate really briefly to drop off the ledge after you've grabbed it. And it guarantees that you can get through the two big crushers without getting hit.
Alright, let's go back to this. Giving up on winging it, and now proceeding to go back to a different video that isn't a task.
Well, you could watch the J version TAS, and that would probably have the same global timer as this.
The issue is it has 2 players, so
Oh, well, that's not going to help.
no.
It is pretty cool that the global timer is going to be in the same spot for every load of this save state. So
Yeah,
you can at
every
least
load.
learn to expect where they're going to be.
Right, yeah, that is the nice thing. Normally, a runner of this game would not know exactly where the global timer is going to be unless they're, down to like frame precision on every level they do. Other nice thing about this goal is that I think Area 7 is considerably harder than Area 8.
Correct.
So once you get through Area 7, Area 8 should be a cakewalk. Typically, chat
no
starts
problem.
blowing up when someone gets a Contra run that gets past Area 7, because Area 8 is usually a non-issue.
Oh, that should right. Okay. That.
Contra's seen some action somewhat recently, I think. Toad has been getting into it to race in the Big 20, and TMR also got back into it for a little bit.
That's right. Yeah, Toad has been, even beyond Big 20, he went kind of wild with it, and he's really improved his time.
I think we're on chiptune Rainwave. It's
Yeah,
just
we are
playing
right
some
now.
weird stuff.
It's Mega Man 3 currently.
I broke my thing, help me!
Thing is broken.
The thing is just running amok. Alright, let's
Well, you had the spread rhythm going there for a little bit.
No, it wasn't me controlling, so
Oh,
my thing broke. Because I ended up pushing the wrong key instead of loading my state.
The current song that's playing says that it's Mega Man 3 Game Boy. Does this sound like Mega Man 3 Game Boy's music?
no.
It certainly doesn't.
It says Sparkman as well. I think this is Magnet Man.
I think it may be Mega Man 3, but not Game Boy.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't think it's Sparkman in Mega Man 3. Is there even a Sparkman in 3?
In regular 3, yes, but I don't know what
Yeah.
game 3.
I don't know about Game Boy, yeah, but there's... I'm taking issue with the Game Boy part of it. That's the thing that seems wrong.
Yeah, I definitely don't think that's what it is.
Yeah, it is Mega Man 3 and it's Sparkman, but that's obviously the NES version.
Bleh.
It may be the Game Boy? I don't think it sounds different. That sounded note for note the same. See, now I gotta look this up. We'll get the answer to this for real.
Yeah, Game Boy's usually pretty distinctive. But maybe they pulled off some crazy stuff.
not a pause.
Wow. That is the Game Boy version? They just did a really good job of making it sound like the original.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's amazing. It doesn't sound at all like Game Boy.
Gotta make a note to change my bindings once again for this episode of SGL so I can maximize my save time. Like, cause anytime I'm not, what's it called? I don't want to pause the game and save state because the global timers are just that important.
Exactly. Yeah, it's interesting because this seems to be a pretty awkward spot in the global timer that we've started
really
you guys
is.
at. So that's good though. It would be kind of boring if you just ran straight right through all these crushers and everything was fine. You guys wouldn't want that.
Also, if the task does it, I'm sure it must be the fastest thing, right? Just do what it does.
I can't. What I may have done is stopped the task on the previous level and
Oh no, fire! I don't want you.
and killed off the second player because I may have started this from a 2-player task.
You did. Second player's game.
Wow, you murderers! That
Oh, yeah,
part
look at that.
is weird.
So yeah, it's not going to be
Man.
at the same spot as the task, unfortunately.
A little insight into how we create these goals. There's all kinds of neat little shortcuts.
Work.
Mostly stealing somebody else's hard work. And then using it for your own purposes.
I guess wouldn't call it stealing.
Borrowing.
It's out there for free.
Yeah, I know, I'm just kidding.
What was I gonna? Yeah, Mega Man games typically have like password generators. Some games have cheats for stage select. And if you want to get crazy, you can even do some hex editing to start players with a certain amount of ammo or whatever.
I did that once for Bubble Bobble.
Yep, we had a Bubble Bobble goal that specifically manipulated the numbers of bounces on bubbles and
It's
pops.
how,
and
it's
puzzles
how
and-
I learned how the items worked.
Yeah,
Like, I went straight to the hex editor and figured out where the addresses were. Thanks to the task, they actually wrote down where some of them were.
Yeah, test video is really helpful for finding memory addresses. There's a lot of these games have knowledge base pages where they'll list that stuff, and if not that, you can check the author's comments. They often will list memory addresses. Some testers even go so far as to give you a whole spreadsheet of like literally everything they found in memory, and it's just pages of information, memory locations and counters and things.
yeah. Dark Kobold, I think, did a bunch of the Shining Force speedruns and other Shining games, and he extensively luck manipulated everything. He came up with like I think 7 or 8 different scripts he would use to help him manipulate luck, and he posted all of that stuff in some of his submission comments.
Yeah, some people are really thorough. It's pretty nice. I know the Axeman is pretty thorough about releasing the materials that he uses when he does Final Fantasy runs. And let's see, I mean, Adelicat has had some pretty extensive resources that he's made available for games he's done too.
Did a bad thing.
Well, we're seeing a lot of focus on the first half of the first level of the goal.
Not as shocked as you are. No, I'm not.
No, I'm not shocked. This is where you guys should be spending your time. I think this is the hardest part of the goal.
Also, the hardest part of the game.
I don't know. I'd say level 5. Snowfield is probably the hardest one. And depending on which tricks you do. Snowfield's tough. The base 4 boss fight, well, that's maybe more just random than tough. Energy Zone is tricky, although it's more like, you know, just get a good spot in the global timer and you're fine. But there are some more advanced strats for Energy Zone, Area 6, that you can use that are pretty hard.
When I learned this from the Big 20, I did not like Energy Zone.
No, Energy Zone, I think that's probably the spot where a lot of people didn't get past, even with the 30 life code. I mean, it's not bad once you get used to the patterns of them and you understand, you know, the order that all the jets are going to shoot out in. It's not really bad, but for a casual player, I think it's hard.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
Where did all those enemies come from?
I gotta say, a wall of spikes that pops up from the ground is kind of hilarious when you think about it in context. Like, and then he'll run right into it.
Hey, it works. The system works, man. Those idiots will never slow down in time. I should probably not give myself a machine gun. That sounds like a downgrade.
You don't have to mash, though.
Yeah, but you'll not win this match if you have a machine gun.
I'm lagging the game really bad.
Oh god, yeah, you've got to watch out for lots of back spawners. In fact, I don't think you have any control over that. They'll just spawn randomly.
It's frame-based, based on how many times you shoot, based on all kinds of other things.
So
Yeah.
complicated.
You can kill stuff without slowing down once it gets kind of close to you by jumping and then shooting straight down with the spread gun. But you gotta wait till they get close enough that they can get hit by your bullets.
Yo, I just pulled up a swag strat. I am the greatest.
Look at
gamer.
that! Wow, he
Nice.
jumped right over one of the claws. I've never seen.
I saw the
anyone
test do it. So I
Oh, the
tried to
test
do
did it. Oh, okay.
You didn't get, you didn't run into that surprise wall there either. Completely avoided
Slow
that
rising
bastard trap.
surprise wall.
Well, it comes out quick enough, I guess, but you'd probably hear it or something.
Oh, that's pretty cool. So yeah, you can do that. I see some people just waiting and going 2 at a time through these crushers, and then I think the strat that's used in real-time runs pretty often is just pausing to prevent the things from coming down.
Depends on which set you're on.
Either way.
Yeah. And right after that, there's a guy who shoots just as you go underneath the low overhang part. You can actually jump and bump into that low overhang and go right over the bullet. It's just a really tight jump.
See if I can put it all together for this level, because this level is far more important than level 8.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Shot a frame too early, got the wall.
I'm gonna stand up briefly, hang on. BRB.
So both players, I think, kind of almost had to commit to whether or not they would get this shield item barrier, I guess that's what B stands for.
Yep.
Just to, you know, it makes sense if this thing is really hard and I can save a ton of practice time on other things, just grabbing it and running through all this stuff. But if it turns out that you might need that tiny bit of extra time to get the edge on your opponent, all the time you spent not practicing that stuff is going to come back to bite you. So players kind of have to figure out what they're going to do about that early on in practice here. It's always tough to make those decisions
What do
quickly.
you worry about?
Yeah.
Like
Whether or
my-
not you get the barrier.
The B. Get the B.
Get the B.
So yeah, this is one of those games that's pretty much, there's no way to move faster. I mean, I guess standing on one of these mine carts for a moment will get you to move faster, but for the most part, there's no fast movement technique, and both of the bosses these guys are going to face are just like walk up point blank and start blasting away. So ultimately this is going to be a frame battle.
Oops. How's the time looking so far?
You got 39 minutes, so plenty of time. We're only
God,
about
you
a
already
third of
spent
the way
20
into
minutes
it.
on this?
Yeah, you already spent 20 minutes.
Where did my time go?
Andy's kind of player is usually through the goal once by now. He'll save state his way through it really quickly to get a lay of the land, see what's going on.
I think these guys are doing the smart thing, though, and really focusing on getting level 7 right before they move on.
Level 8 I'm not concerned about in the slightest, but that's a lot of just mashing.
Right.
Okay, they despawned that.
If we were down to the last 20 minutes and neither of these guys had been to level 8 yet, then maybe I would say there's a cause for concern. But at this point in time, things look like they're progressing pretty well here.
Uh-oh, that might be a bad spot. Yep, that's a bad spot.
Yeah, cool timers.
How you doing, Quick Flash? I found your paste bin on the zombie glitch to be very enlightening.
Wait, was that Quick Flash or the other Quick Liar? Quicklier?
Was it Quicklier?
Ah, random guy that just shot me. Help. That guy just appeared out of nowhere with a gun. He said, hey, I'm shooting you.
I wonder
Boy,
if
did he shoot.
I can try that. I have to angle that jump a little bit better than I could.
Really? Get that be better. Really had to give you practices. Different time.
Probably not in sync. There was one episode where we happened to be in sync, so that whenever I sang along to the music, it would match on the broadcast. And I was like, oh, cool. So I know that now, that it turned out to be a fluke.
That's actually pretty funny.
God damn it.
Ah, the timers! I broke the timers. Oh, I was in the wrong case.
You missed. Oh, the question was. Wasn't a question. I was just saying that the paste bin that you made about Blaster Master zombie glitch was very helpful.
You're gonna glitch Blaster Master by turning into a zombie.
Turning into a zombie. Most games where you can turn into a zombie, that's a good thing, right?
Sometimes.
Oh, wow, okay. Quite last that long.
There's that Metal Slug game.
Turn into a, yeah, you turn into a zombie. You vomit blood.
Yeah, but it's like super strong blood.
It's ridiculously strong blood.
Why were those guys there?
Hey, my 25-second time. Oh,
Oh, I shouldn't have paused there.
should probably clear my splits. Like he brings a good point. I probably should clear my splits out. This is gonna be one of those goals where I don't think I'm gonna finish a run at all.
The rate I'm going, I ain't either. So what happens if neither player finishes?
I think we would go another, 15 minutes? Maybe 5? I don't know.
If neither person finishes a run, then yeah, we would have
Overtime.
we could have some overtime, but we would add a little more time to the clock. And at that point, I imagine that standards for getting a run completed would go down, so probably someone would have a completed run at that point.
Yeah, that's what you think.
Pea shooter last life. I got this. Don't worry.
Well, I mean,
Actually,
you
yeah,
have-
maybe it should be a really short time limit so that you're encouraged to like get your one run on the board.
it's true,
Oh,
but
So
Diesel
the other
wins. That
person
means-
runs at a time.
Yeah, I would throw it at Fiesel one and end up having to play in the tournament all of a sudden. I would throw the game so hard to get Fiesel to play in the finals of
Oh, yeah.
SGL, his own SGL tournament.
Well, we're gonna. Well, yeah, maybe not the tournament, but we've been talking about having a staff episode of it where you guys pick the games, and me and Mythical and Arcano, if he's interested, can join us and play some games.
Yeah, that would be really fun.
Yeah, that'd be fun. I'd love to do it because I've never tried SGL. Mythical actually has more experience than me because he's seen both sides of this.
That's right. I'm like those NFL pros who go on to be commentators.
Right.
Retired at the ripe old age of 28 after a whole 3 matches.
Curse of Iron Pipe is a good song.
That's pretty old for a pro player. Already you've worn your knees out from all the activity.
I'm trying to see if I can get a different global timer here, because this is an interesting predicament. This game is going to be stupid. I immediately regret my decision. I don't actually regret it though, because the game is great. Well, that would be a final episode. Should probably mash harder. It's probably a good idea.
No, don't mash harder.
I like mashing
What
harder.
you think?
I like mashing harder! Ah! Every time! That's a little bit too slow.
Oh my god. These
Getting
spawns
killed
are-
by a wall doesn't exist anymore. Oop, I aimed tower. Krusty's Super Fun House.
Just jump. Shoot a second time there because I destroyed the carts.
Krusty's Super Fun House.
Yep.
I had that on the Genesis, so it probably wasn't Super Fun House. It was some other Fun House. But I think it was pretty much the same.
It was on
game.
both, yeah.
But that was a good game, and it could work for SGL maybe. At some point, you're kind of limited by how fast all the mice move. But maybe there are some levels where your input really determines whether or not you get a faster time.
So I actually remembered to make sure the bot entered the channel before we started the stream.
Yeah, he's there. He's spitting out text. It's great.
Bot's there.
Although maybe we should have tweeted that that we're live now. I don't think we did that.
Probably didn't. You can even say that Contra's the first game. Maybe that'll bring in some of the Contra heads. Make sure you're standing as far right as possible when the level ends.
Yes, I do know
And
that
look,
one.
yeah. Did you see that cool cutscene between there, or that cool map screen, map screen? There's like a
Nuts.
Castlevania style like map of what's coming up
Looking at the map,
next.
Yeah, this is ridiculous.
Pretty
This
awesome
is
stuff.
so ridiculous. Also, the terrain is moving. That's different too.
Yeah, there's a lot of Famicom games that have animation in their backgrounds that don't appear in the US version. I guess just hardware limitations of the NES.
Or I should dodge that end. That sounds like a very good idea.
Probably don't want to get that M. Yeah, probably want to jump over that.
I don't know what the strat is for this level. I'm just gonna run and push buttons until they all die.
Oh, that's the strat. Yeah, that's the strat. When
Run
you
and
finish,
push buttons.
wow, it looks so creepy with everything moving. This is really cool. I'm glad that we are using the J version. When you finish the run, can you submit it just so I've got a test thing? I want to try out the video renderer for this. Comparison videos.
Oh, splits. Space.
Whatever, just, yeah. It just doesn't matter what the splits are.
Oh, that was really easy. Hey, the music is different at the end.
Yep, and there's even a different ending scene. Like it's like
This
a
is
helicopter taking off.
This game is different. This isn't Contra. This is Dryzor.
It's Greiser.
I'm gonna watch the ending now because I'm so impressed.
Oh wow, that jump's tighter than I thought it was.
Then we get the normal ending. Does it speak in Japanese in the ending? Or do we even get ending? No, it doesn't. It doesn't even give us an ending text.
Staff. That's it.
Staff is in
Yeah,
English.
just straight to the staff. And I jump right into the goop.
Oh, you guys had like simultaneously started practice on the last level. We were gonna get a bit of a race there.
Oh, that troll wham.
Man, this is catchy. I gotta remind myself not to whistle along to this.
Oh, let's persist afterwards.
Ah!
Pea shooter for the last boss.
It takes so long to kill him, dude. Is he like invincible or something?
This is what Contra is like for most people. Always dying, losing the spread.
You cry.
That's right, Fiesel was a Contra speedrunner
Was?
way
Was.
back.
Was? Did he retire because his hand... Did he got tennis elbow or something?
Right. Got Contra finger.
Gross.
Ew.
That's kind of funny because that can actually happen if you play games too much, like too hard. There was a Dota 2 tournament player who actually missed like the biggest tournament of the year because he got tennis elbow
Ooh.
from playing too much Dota. Like it was ridiculous. But I mean, I could believe it happening.
Yeah, I can. Certainly
Sure.
things like carpal tunnel.
Yeah, I do have problems with my hands. Actually, I'm getting kind of old, but yeah, if I play too much, I get some fatigue.
It depends on the game I'm playing. This
How
game,
old
this
are
game
you,
might give me
Fiesel?
a different kind of fatigue in terms of tired of mashing buttons.
Right.
My hands get really sore playing 3DS. I have to constantly like flex my thumbs.
Good question. What about the 3 different versions in terms of difficulty?
I don't know. Fiesel's the resident Contra expert.
What was the question?
What is the differences between the 3 in terms of difficulty between Protector, Gryzor, and Contra?
I don't know. Sorry, I only run the U.S. version.
How much time is left anyway?
Got 25 minutes left.
Oh my god. I'm gonna have to spend so much more time playing the hangar because I don't want to mash anymore in this level. It's so stupid.
Yikes. That picture of it looks like he's like really dehydrated or something. He's mashing so hard.
I haven't seen a Heidemann stream in like 100 years.
He did like right after Super C record was taken.
Just stop streaming.
I know he's kind of busy. That's the only thing I know.
I did it. I beat the game. Alright, one more time at this level, and then I'm done. Does he stream under a different Twitch name than I remember? Or is he like Hide Rage now, I
It's
guess?
Hide Rage, yeah.
Oh, okay. I should probably follow that instead of Hideman.
Oh, hell yeah.
The double KO. I assume that's not slower. Does it wait
No.
for you to die to start playing the...
Nope, it's the exact same time. Like, the time it takes for it to die is less than the time it takes for you to respawn.
I actually saw a run where that, for some reason, the game actually did slow down when he died, and I don't know why. I don't remember whose it was, but they were really mad. Because it's like a really good run, and then like the game for some reason actually did slow down when he died, and like delayed the cutscene by like 5 seconds.
5 seconds. If you die to the... I think if you die to the end, it delays the end of it by like a fraction of a second. There was some debate about this because you can... A lot of people die to the heart at the end, just as the thing's dying.
Is there a new script for NES that I should be downloading?
Oh, well, yes. Yes, there is.
Should be the same as the SNES script, shouldn't it be?
Sure, I'm just trying to... Like, the episodes that Dragon Dark's done, though, have been Game Boy, so if he downloaded the new version of the Game Boy script, that's not going to be...
I haven't downloaded the new version of that script, I don't think so.
Right, yeah, so definitely, yeah, I would just grab it, to be sure. Like, the latest one is the one that's got the box in the corner.
I just dome at that jump every time. I just slam my face, slam my shin against the
Oh,
wall.
wait, I do have the new one. Okay, that works.
My shin. That's what Bill says.
All right, what's his name? Bill. Bill
Lance.
Contra.
Lance and
It's-
Bill?
It's Bill and Lance. I can't remember. It's Bill or Riser, I think.
It's Ace and Gary.
All right, back to the top.
Oh, hey, I need join key open so I can map. Select to restart.
I'm tired of mashing in that level.
Yeah, I don't think it needs to be said, but for the sake of it, well, no, I guess it's kind of interesting. So we do allow players to rebind controls, and that can help for games that have kind of awkward controls. It also really helps in NES games where, like, if weapon switching is on select, you could put that on a trigger on your controller. So it's a little weird there, but we do let players do that. But they have to be one-to-one. You cannot
just
have
had a
two
thought.
buttons do the same thing. So you can't have two shoot buttons in Contra and press them both to mash harder. And you can't have one button do multiple inputs. So you can't have like a macro on a button.
I just had a really, really terrible feeling. And it's the fact that if Contra's number 1, what's good number 2 going to be? Because I put Contra and Super C high up there.
Well, I have to wait and find out.
Did you? Are our hands dead, Dragon Dark? Did you kill our hands?
I don't mind this, I can mash.
I can match too, but like this is gonna be tiring for doing this for an hour and for 3 hours rather.
Never before
On
has,
Hero 4, I'm
has,
used to it.
has physical stamina been such a factor on the show.
I did rank Super C pretty high.
Alright, I guess I could tell you we're not going to do 2 Contra games today, so I just
Damn it!
just did one of them. Sorry.
Had a phone call.
Freaking NES to USB adapter likes to every once in a while just for one frame press left.
Huh.
I don't understand why.
Left is a cool button to press, didn't you hear?
Yeah, there's lots of speedruns where you want to press left.
All the kids at school are pressing left.
Well, we're down to the last 20 minutes here. Guys should be pretty comfortable with both the levels, I would say. But it's probably the
I'm fine
first.
with Alien Slayer.
Yeah, Alien Slayer not going to be too much of a problem, but yeah, it's still, I think we're seeing some refinement still in Area 7.
Area 7 is too hard.
There are a couple spots where you do get hung up a little bit. And I think there's not much you can do about it, but maybe there is. I don't know.
Problem is, any one death is pretty much it's over. You might as well not even bother.
Got killed by a phantom bullet.
Yeah, I don't know. It may have been one of the bullets from the runners that spawned.
The runner
and-
shot a single bullet, I jumped over it. The bullet was still on screen, I died.
No, he might have shot two, and the sprite like overload there caused one of them not to show up.
Immediately, but apparently they can, I guess.
I don't know. They may
No,
be
that's
able to
not-
shoot several immediately, several in succession there.
Yeah, Contra Force. You could add that. That'd be a battle of who can reduce lag the most.
Yep, lag management.
Well, we've had lag management games. That's how Dragon Dark ended up in the losers bracket here. Is lag management games.
It's
What
true.
game?
RoboCop versus Terminator.
Oh, lag management.
Lag management and jump management.
That's right. That was the one where you have to keep jumping or something in order
Yeah, but the rhythm
Yeah.
to it is really bizarre
Yeah.
and pretty precise.
Oh, you
I'd-
stupid power up.
I'd rather have F than P shooter.
to. You wouldn't, though.
I mean, I'd rather have F than S. I mean, I'd rather have S than F, rather.
Oh,
But-
well, that's for sure.
I definitely would rather have F than S than P shooter. I can't speak words, help me!
Okay.
Well, you only have to speak letters.
Ah, that's even twice as hard.
Ba-dum-ba-dum-ba.
Got some Darkwing Duck music playing right now. This is a game. That's a game we've had on the show a bunch of times. We went hog wild with Darkwing Duck goals.
I think it might be our most played game.
Yeah, well, it's just that
believe
every stage is just perfect for SGL. Like, they're all great choices for it. And I don't know. It just comes up a lot.
Shit.
No, it's in the wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, jumping a
This
little.
stupid F.
Oh, yeah, that thing. Boom. Yeah, right there where you're going to get it.
F and F.
Cracking F, man. I hate that F.
Well, just to recap for anyone who's joining us, we're going to be doing 3 matches tonight, or up to 3 matches tonight. It's a best 2 out of 3 situation here between these two players. We're in the losers bracket right now. Both of these players have been defeated by at least one other player, so they're both down here in the losers bracket. And one of them is going to move on to face Error in the losers bracket final, and then that person, the winner of that, will go on to face Jorf in the grand finals. So we're down to the very end of our tournament here. Only 4 people left in it. Dragon Dark, Andy, Error, and Jorf. Dragon Dark got here by beating Cards of the Heart in his most recent match. And Error lost to Jorf, which is why he's down in the loser's bracket now. And Andy, I'm trying to think of who beat him.
Cards of the Heart.
It was Cards?
Yep.
Wait, Andy, Cards of the Heart beat you? Then who beat Dragon Dark?
You said Dragon Dark.
Cananophone. I said Hearts of the Heart because I had them backwards. Cananophone beat Dragon Dark.
Okay.
And then Andy beat Canonophone to get here, and Dragon Dark beat Cards to get here in the losers bracket.
Oh wait, so that's why I'm confused because they
Yeah.
both played both of those people. Oh, okay.
They knocked out each other's nemesis.
I see.
Word salad right there. Word salad.
Yeah. That's
See
right.
for
Cards and
yourself.
Canonophone are both tied for 5th. And tied for 7th, I think, it's Seawolf and... I wish I could remember. I wish I could remember our top 8.
Well, I can go through the top 8. The Elite 8 from our tournament here were Cananophone, Jorf, Cards of the Heart, Error, Nighty, Dragon Dark,
Night.
Seawolf, and Andy.
That's who it was. It was 90.
That's right. So yeah, in those winners bracket matches, Cananophone lost to Jorf. Cards of the Heart lost to Error. Both of those, well, no wait, the Cananophone and Jorf was a 2-0, but the Cards and Error that went 2-1. We went the full 3 rounds on that.
That was a really exciting match.
Yeah, that sure was. I mean, to be honest, most of these have been extremely exciting, particularly late in the tournament. I don't think we've had a single, not completely exciting, not mind-blowing episode since we've got to the, 8, the top 8 and beyond.
Ah, bullets! Blech.
Bullets in a Contra game.
Bullets.
Speaking of bullets,
The guy shot from behind. He showed up just to shoot a bullet at me.
yeah, that sounds about right.
Well, so in here, looking back at the history, in the losers bracket, Dragon Dark beat Jadian and then Nighty. Both of them were shutouts. And then he went up against Cards of the Heart and beat Cards of the Heart in the shutout match. Let's see, Andy beat Enemy 3-0, and then Seawolf 3-0, and then went on to beat Cananophone 2-0. So both of these guys undefeated, except for the one defeat that got them, or the 2 matches they lost that got them thrown down to the losers bracket. They're doing really well besides that.
That's kind of interesting because Error, who got further in the winners bracket and is waiting for the winner of this match, actually has a couple of losses. He won a lot of things sort of 2-1. He would kind of lose the first one and then come back and win the second 2. That was his pattern.
Yeah,
Zenic
Zenic Reverie he did that with.
Mhm.
And then Cards of the
I
Heart.
have a twin finish as well in Adventure Island.
Adventure Island.
Right, versus Jadian.
That was a fun episode. I liked Adventure Island. Wouldn't speedrun it though.
That's a lot of game. It's 4 levels times 8 worlds, and each one of them it's just nothing but platforming, and they throw more and more enemies at you.
And it's all memorization too. You don't get any visual cues as to what is coming up next. You just
Right.
have to remember all 32 levels.
Yeah, exactly. You're on the skateboard the whole time, which goes so fast that you can't see what's coming up. You got to memorize everything. The whole game design principle there is they just repeat the same levels over and over again, and they just throw more and more enemies in there. So it just starts to become more complicated. And you
Yeah.
can't get hit, because if you get hit, you lose the skateboard and the speedrun's over. So it's a one-hit death game, or one-hit speedrun over game. So yeah, it's a really brutal run.
It's quite the run.
Oh man, only 10 minutes to go here.
The guy ducked to shoot at me, but there was a wall in the way. But it was terrifying still. I was still not ready for it. I still dodged it reflexively.
Yeah, and you can't even trust that there aren't any bullets coming at you because there's the game just doesn't draw the bullets sometimes.
Slight flickering. Slight flickering. This is gonna be such a crapshoot. I don't think either of us are gonna finish a run.
Yeah. Well, if that happens and it comes down to last call and we're in sudden death mode, then you guys have a lot of lives. You can just make your way through it with
What's
the
it?
pea shooter. and finish it out.
How many lives do we have?
Probably
That's a
a
good
lot.
question.
More than enough is the answer.
I mean, you have more than 5, so I think that... Or you have at least 5, so that should be enough.
Yeah, Contra is not exactly a super difficult game. Nice layer. Nice fire gun.
For the Big 20, I barely even learned it. I just died my way through it in like 14 minutes or 15, something like that.
Oh yeah, because you were allowed to use the code, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting because the code takes time to input, so it's some people opted not to use it. But honestly, I think the cost of a game over in a race that's like 4 hours long, the cost of a game over is just devastating. You don't want to do that. Take the 3 seconds that it takes you to type the code.
Yeah.
Wow, he knew what was going on. Shot before I even destroyed the wall.
Boom. Yeah, that's right. Good timing there.
He's like, I know he's gonna destroy it.
That Bill Riser guy, I'm gonna get him.
Look at this guy chasing me over the freaking spike walls.
Wow. He's determined to lag your game.
Ah, despawned the minecart.
I've had my minecart despawn a few times.
It sounds like the start of an infomercial. Does your minecart keep despawning? One weird
Fuck,
trick
man.
to stop despawning your minecart.
Billy Mays here.
Imagine
Does your minecart keep despawning on the weekends?
it might be time to take off the hoodie soon, because I gotta. My body heat is skyrocketing.
All
from
this
game.
mashing, yeah, it's getting getting your heart rate up. I'm imagining those, you know, those reenactments that they do where they show someone like fumbling incoherently with something before
Yes.
they're like, yeah, do you want to see what a better way is? Imagining that in Contra. I'm just like, the minecart, oh god, just throw your hands up in the air.
He's like pushing it like the wrong way.
Yeah.
The wheels just come off of it.
Gonna do the gun swivel.
Oh, that was good.
I have no idea who's going to win this match. Normally I can give an edge to a player towards the end of practice, but I just have no idea. This is going to be really close.
Yeah. I mean, trying to pick out who's going to win the matches ahead of time is pretty hard to do because we've really seen some surprising performances, and just at the point where all the players that we have left in the tournament, I mean, it didn't take long to get far in the tournament where we got to the point where I think anyone who is still in it had a chance of winning it. But usually after watching an hour of practice, you can tell who's got a better handle on the game, you know, even among the top players that we've got. But yeah, in this case, you're right that I think I have no clue. I wouldn't know how to pick this one.
Certainly going to be quite a challenge.
Now that jump with the minecart waiting on the other side of the pit is pretty tricky because the earlier you do it, the more time you save running along the minecart, I think.
Yeah.
But if you do it too early, you just die.
Are you talking about trying to do like a pre-jump so you can get onto the minecart earlier?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Time check.
12 minutes. I don't know.
5
I'd be like,
minutes.
5 minutes.
That's
You
quite
lied.
different.
Yeah.
That's a very big difference. That is not a small number. That is a big number.
Dang, 5
Computer
minutes.
over. Virus equals that very yes. That's not a good prize. I missed.
Yep, there it is. The early jump.
Yep, that's what you're referring to, and of course now it happened.
Jinx me.
Yeah, don't say that during the match itself.
All right, I won't say anything.
Just be quiet for the full 30 minutes.
No commentator's curse. The commentator's curse. Dude, it's a real thing. I've seen it happen. The moment you say anything good about anything, burst into flames.
I'm really good at it, actually.
Yeah, believe me, we know this is a thing. It happens almost every episode.
I minored in voodoo.
Get out of here, laggy guys. You're lagging my game.
Is there a point where it's actually the smarter thing to turn around and fire a shot as quick as you can?
I would imagine yes.
But it's
If
hard
there's
to
enough
know
time.
like when.
Generally, you want to wait and try to get them. Like if you have to jump, just gonna shoot straight down if they can fly.
Damn it.
But if there's too many of them, it will flag it.
Double damn it. Alright, well, whatever. I'm gonna take a quick look at Alien's Lair again to make sure I know what the hell I'm doing in it.
Yeah, you really don't want it to be a surprise after you get a clean level 7.
Oh, I jumped too early.
I slammed my shins again. I don't know why I jump so early there every time. I just whack my shin. Can't step over it.
Konami code? I don't think so. They just managed to build up a lot of lives. This save state was made from the tool-assisted run, so I doubt that used the code. Well, there it is, a clean run through level 8 for Andy.
Hopefully it's not a hard level. It doesn't mean I'm not gonna choke, but it's
Yeah, you don't want it to be in your head.
gonna be in my head, dude. My head is no longer my own.
That sucks. I like my head.
I guess I'll remap my controls now. My controls, I mean my saving and loading splits buttons. This is my reset button. This is my split button. Got it. Reset. That's the ruse. It's the Japanese version all along. We're playing Gryzor. This is gonna be ridiculous. It's gonna be such a long half hour.
Well, the practice felt short.
It did.
That's good, though. It's a good sign.
I guess so. Is it?
I don't know. Yeah, sure. Why not? Time flies when you're having fun.
We're not here to have fun, we're here to win at Contra.
Winning at Contra is fun.
Winning at Contra is fun.
Alright, global timer.
Correct.
Oh, I found the Commodore 64 Gryzor soundtrack. We'll have to give that a play. I also got the music from the ZX Spectrum. Oh wow, yeah, lots of good stuff. Here we go.
Okay. I hit down and it registered right.
I don't know much about the ZX Spectrum. Was that the one where, like, you would load a game off a tape? It would take, like, 2 minutes?
Alright, I'm playing the ZX Spectrum version now.
Ah, I mistimed that one.
If I recall, it had kind of a cool sound chip.
Okay.
I will reset now. I will elect to use my reset. Damn it, I shot the card again. Every time.
Card's important, man. That'll be another infomercial. Do you keep shooting your cart? Did it despawn last weekend and then you shot it out of frustration?
Alright, well, we're moving into the match here. Practice is now officially over.
Cancelled practice. Who practiced my canceled?
Practice cancelled.
Before we start, could I get a quick upload from Dragon Dark just to make sure everything's okay?
Oh, yeah.
Sounds
Any
good.
changes
Split,
from
split. Why?
All right, while we do that, I'm going to go ahead and give the old introduction. Hello, everyone, and welcome to SGL Speed Gaming League, the ongoing speedrun competition that combines skill, strategy, and fun, because winning at Contra is fun. Today, we have the semifinals of the losers bracket in our Season 1 playoffs, and we're going to be playing some mystery games. To recap how it works, our players voted on a list of games, and we gave them some goals from their top picks. They have just 1 hour to practice each game before they try to give us the best runs they can in a series of 30-minute matches. We're about to launch into the first match here of Contra. I am your host, Mythical9, and with me, as always, is my co-host, Fiesel.
Hello.
Fiesel, who are our players today?
Well, we've got here on the left-hand screen, we have Andy. How you doing, Andy?
Contra-y.
Doing very Contra-y.
Yeah.
And we've got here on the right-hand screen, we've got Dragon Dark. Hello, Dragon Dark.
Hello? I'm not Andy.
Not Andy.
I'm fake Andy.
He's the other one. No, fake Andy is fake Andy. Although he won Mystery Tournament, so now he's real Andy. The other Andy's fake
Yay.
Andy.
Can't have two real Andys?
Oh, he's Unreal Andy.
Unreal.
Unreal Andy, got it.
I gotta stay.
Unreal Andy!
I'll be right back. Where I'm at. You're back.
Alright.
He needs a wrestling intro.
Alright, well, Andy's taking a quick break there. Why don't I explain the rest of what we have going on here? So we have, in addition to us two hosts, we also have our buddy Arcano here in the call. Hi, Arcano.
Hello.
Arcano's going to be doing the timing of these matches. He's our official timing referee. As each of these players submits the runs that they finish, Arcano will download the input recordings for them, play them back in emulator, and get the exact timing down to the frame. So we won't have to worry about any kind of ambiguity about who is winning each of these matches. And as Arc does that, each of the times, each of the personal best times for these two players will show up in this box up here at the top of the screen. The players have 30 minutes to make as many attempts as they can of these two levels of the game, areas 7 and 8 of Contra. And at the end of 30 minutes, the player with the better PB wins this match. We're going to be doing 3 matches today, or up to 3 matches today. It's a best 2 out of 3 situation, so if Dragon Dark wins one and Andy wins one, then we will have the third match. And they're going to be NES games. And the winner of this is going to continue on our tournament. The next person they'll have to face is Error in the Losers Bracket Finals. And the loser of today's match is eliminated because both these players have already been bumped down to the Losers Bracket. So they've each been eliminated once.
And they will finish in 4th place.
Yeah, 4th place. So we already have our top 4 players, Andy and Dragon Dark. It will be, one of them will be the 4th place person, and the other has a chance of taking on Error and then taking on Jorf in the Grand Finals. Looks like both these guys are ready to go.
Yes, sir.
Ready as we're gonna
I'm
be.
ready to not finish a run for 30 minutes.
Ready to not finish a run. Sounds good. Well,
First
then
DNF.
I think I will give you... Oh, do you want to clear your splits first, or do you want to keep them?
Oh, what a good idea. They weren't really my splits, so yeah.
Yeah, that's true. They are just kind of made-up numbers, aren't they? So, I'm going to give you guys the countdown in 3, 2, 1, go. And they're off. This is Contra for the NES. They're actually playing the Japanese version of it, called
So it's not
Grisor.
Contra.
So
That's
it's
right.
not truly Contra. Grisor. Not much that's different as far as the gameplay goes. It's very similar. There may be some minor differences in the way enemies spawn and things like that, but just watching a run of this, you might not be able to tell whether it's US or Japanese version, except for the cutscenes in between the levels. That's the real notable difference as far as speedrunners are concerned between the Japanese and US version, is that in the US version there's an unskippable little black title card that shows the next the next level coming up, it'll say Area 8, and it'll show your lives and your score, and you have to let that go for a couple of seconds before it takes you to the next level. In the Japanese version, instead of that, they take you to a map screen, sort of similar to a Castlevania game or something, where you see like a side view representation of the stages that you're about to do. There's one of those in this, and you can skip out of it immediately by pressing a button. So the transitions between the levels in this are much faster than in the US version. You may briefly see a moment of that on the screen if these guys aren't fast with their button mashing in between stages. You may or may not see that.
Skip it.
Right.
No oversight on my part.
Or you may not see that at all because neither player will get out of Area 7.
Oh, that's also true.
There are some concerns about that among the players. This is a hard goal we've given them, and they're making it much harder on themselves by trying to squeeze out every last frame they can, because Contra is the kind of game where you can't really go faster, you can just prevent yourself from going slower. And every little frame lost, basically, is what's going to determine who wins or loses this match. So the pressure is on. Both players know that they're up against someone who's really good here, and they're sort of just kind of forced to play with these really high standards. And this is the kind of game where, one little thing goes wrong, it's a reset. So lots of little things that can go wrong early on here in level 7. And I won't be surprised if it's a while before we see a run on the board, but I think we are going to get some runs on the board, even if the players aren't quite so confident.
Yeah, it's certainly the case where we're expecting that it might happen that neither player gets a run finished in the 30 minutes, just because standards are so high. So it might make sense for one of the players who has a run that gets at least, into level 8 with a decent level 7, might just finish it out to get something, just so we know that won't be a possibility. And we have seen matches where that was the case. Someone put a run on the board that wasn't the best run. Was certainly beatable, but the other player or players just had such high standards that they were getting down to the end and didn't have any run at all that was completed. And it certainly puts a lot of pressure on your opponent to do that. So we may see that. But yeah, as Myth said, this is not really a game where you can go faster. The only things that can happen is something that might make you go slower. I mean, this is a game where you just got to keep the screen scrolling, and if you don't see the screen stop moving, then you know you've done the level right. Contra's really simple speed game in that regard. There's a few places where there is going to be some necessary stoppage, though, in Area 7. Area 8, not so much. You're gonna, other than this mini boss that we see Andy coming up to right now. The rest of it is just hold right and jump at the right times. So they're really looking to avoid getting killed here, but other than that, they're not going to be able to pick up any time. This is also not a particularly laggy level, assuming you kill stuff off. So I think we'll see that once the players get to Area 8, all the runs that they do will finish.
Probably.
Yeah. So like right now,
Something stupid.
we're about to see something on the board from Andy, I think. Because he's coming down to the heart here.
There are
Also,
things that can happen just leading up here. There's things on the floor, but he's getting there cleanly.
It was not a super satisfying run, but it's something.
Wait for it. We'll have our official time.
I have to wait until the screen starts fading.
yeah,
right?
you have to wait till the screen starts to fade out, because otherwise it's... There you go. A little bit of waiting at the end, but 218 on the board from Andy right now.
Much hesitation in the hangar, that's kind of worrisome, but hey, it's something.
It's something. And our timing referee Arcano is going to get right on this. He's going to let us know the exact time. And once he's done that, I can put up some comparison videos and we can see how these guys' new runs are going to compare to that 218.
This is kind of tricky too, because as far as I know, Dragon Dark didn't finish a whole run during practice.
I didn't either, actually.
He almost did, yeah. So they don't really know what kind of time they're capable of. So 218 kind of means nothing to Dragon Dark. He really would like it to mean something, because you can use that information to affect some of your decisions. So, he basically just needs to keep doing what he's doing. He's just going to keep trying to get the time on the board, make sure it's a good time. That's all there is to it.
Yeah, particularly knowing your time in the stage
Oh, God.
at Area 7, the end of Area 7, because this is the one where most of the time savings is going to come from. So there's a few places where there's some stoppage, and so minimizing the amount of stoppage there. These crushers that are coming down, these little spiky crushers, they're on a global timer. But because these guys are starting from a save state, every time they start the level, they'll be at the same global timer. So they can, as long as they play consistently during the level, they can expect that these crushers are going to be coming down at predictable times. But that being said, the global timer spot that they're at is not really one of the easiest ones to deal with. There's a lot of places where they can't just go charging forward. And so trying to minimize the amount of stoppage waiting for those crushers is going to be important. Also, these minecarts are good for a quick speed boost. The minecarts, when they're moving the same direction as you want to land on them and walk forward so you get the extra speed, like we see Andy doing right there. That invincibility that Andy just picked up. You see his character is flashing. He picked up a letter B, which stands for barrier, I presume. And that's a temporary invincibility. You actually have to slow down to pick it up, so it is a bit of a calculated time loss. You lose some time there, but you gain some time. You may be able to gain some time by being able to charge through something that you would otherwise have to stop for. So that's a decision these guys have to make.
You need every crusher ever. Because it's not going to be the same time forever, so we'll have no idea.
Yeah, both players pretty early on kind of made a decision about what they were going to do, about getting this barrier or skipping it. And both of them decided there is just way too much going on at the end of this stage, and it's already as hard as it is, so just gonna...
The speedrun gets it.
Yeah, the speedrun does, but I think the TAS... Well, the
TAS does not.
TAS
would not, but
but there's also sometimes this is not the same situation that I'm describing here, because Contra's like a 10-minute run and it's super hyper optimized. So this is not the kind of situation I'm about to talk about. But sometimes these goals are so small and condensed compared to a regular speedrun that it's actually even with an hour's practice, it's theoretically possible to go after things that even a regular speedrun wouldn't. So sort of adapting to the speedrun that is out there and learning how to make it your own is a part of the show. But yeah, skipping the barrier, if even the hyper optimized 10-minute Contra run gets it, probably a bad idea.
Right. Yeah, because these guys are only playing a short piece of the game, they do have some options that wouldn't be available if you were running the whole thing. They can take some risks. Sometimes we see runners in one of these matches do stuff that the world record run doesn't do, or be able to beat stages faster than the record run does. And that's just because the record run has to do the whole game and not just the small piece of it. Mm-hmm. So different standards.
Sometimes there's resource considerations. The record run is saving ammo for the next stage where it really needs it, but if you're not doing the next stage, you can blow it all in this earlier one.
Right. Contra, though, not really so much of that. This is not really the thinking man speedrun. This is more of the button mashing reflex guy speedrun.
Just wait for my ROM hack where you have ammo for your gun.
Right.
You have to check garbage cans and old lockers for ammo as you go.
So there's a few small techniques that you'll see here. You can't really hear the sound, the game audio from these guys' streams, but you might see the screen hesitate for a moment, and that's because they're pausing it. These guys are pausing and unpausing briefly. I'm not sure if both players are doing it, but I know I at least have seen it a few times. And what happens is, while the game is paused, the global timer that controls these spiky crushers will continue to run. And the crushers will only be triggered when that global timer hits certain intervals. So if you pause at just the frame where that crusher is supposed to trigger, and then unpause it after that trigger point, it'll skip the trigger entirely and you'll prevent the crusher from coming down. So by pausing at just the right time before one of these crushers is about to move, you can actually skip it. So you're taking a little bit of a time loss because you have to pause it for a few frames, but as long as you're really tight about it, you may end up saving more time than you're losing. So I'm sure we'll see that right here where Dragon Dark is at. Oh, he tried to do it, but he didn't pause at the right time.
I didn't pause long enough.
Didn't pause long enough, yeah.
Gotta go slow to go fast.
I know I mentioned this before, but if you've ever seen a speed run of Faxanadu, you'll see that with the wing boots. Wing boots is an item that's consumable. It's on a timer and it runs down and it shows you a little ticking timer of how much wing boots you have left. And you can actually pause as you're about to see one of the numbers change. Like you wait for one of the numbers to change and then you pause just before then. And it skips the point where it decrements that timer. So as long as you pause it every second, you know exactly when the thing is supposed to tick down, you can keep the wing boots forever.
That's nuts. That's a funny trick.
It's a fun trick. But anyway, yeah, if you've got a game where something like that happens that you speedrun, you might want to experiment with pausing just to see if you can skip triggers for certain elements in your speed game. I think there's a lot of potential for this. Most NES games have some commonality in the way they're programmed. So you'll see tricks from one game carrying over to others. But yeah, so far, other than that 218 from Andy, we don't have any new runs coming in.
Wow, that jump shorted?
Just misses the top of the wall there. It's Dragon Dark. There's really not too many decisions going on here. You know, both players are just kind of following the route that they've come up with and just purely trying to execute on that strategy.
Executing is hard. Once again, I continue my trend of getting an okay run at the start and just being unable to do anything else after that.
Well, that's won you some matches so far.
There certainly has. But I really wish I could have some degree of consistency.
Maybe subconsciously you're just kind of going for it now that you have that run on the board.
Very possible.
Okay, I didn't hit B, but the game thought I did.
Oh, now you get fire.
No, I don't
Boom,
know.
you're fired.
Fire is bad.
Fire bad. Well, we don't want to get anything besides the S-Gun. These guys start the goal with the S-Gun plus the R upgrade on it, which is pretty much the best thing in Contra. There's no reason in a speedrun to use any other item. I've seen some cases made for using the laser for speeding up the base sections, but I don't think that those strats are actually used in runs currently. I don't think. So pretty much just a matter of get the S-Gun, then get the R upgrade, and then don't die after that. So you'll see Andy over there collecting the R. That doesn't really do anything. He's already got the R power up. But that's the only thing that he can collect with impunity. Everything else he has to avoid. Besides that, the invincibility, and of course getting another spread gun. There are spread guns in each of these levels.
What does the R upgrade do exactly? I've never known.
Increase
It makes the
speed of
bullets
bullets.
Yeah, the bullets move faster. Well, we've got comparison videos up here. Andy's 218 run is what you see in that thumbnail video on both of these players' screens, and that 218 run is synced up with the current run that Andy and Dragon Dark are both doing. So you can see for yourself how they're comparing to the top time on the board. Right now we see that Andy is a little bit ahead of that time, so we know there must be some time lost somewhere in his 218 run.
Ah! Global timer.
Dragon Dark loses another run to that area with the 6 stompers that come down
Yeah, I also run too.
alternating sets of 3. Hey! That's at least the 3rd, maybe the 4th run I've seen Dragon Dark lose there, and it's pretty late into
I've
this
lost
stage.
a lot of them.
Yeah.
I
There's
usually
at least
don't mess
7
up
or 8
now.
now.
I'm usually pretty good about global timers there. But I kinda group it up.
It's interesting there. Andy got the invincibility, and you see immediately one of the uses for it is that he walked right through that second crusher after the invincibility. And sometimes when I see these players going through there, they miss that crusher, and sometimes they hit it. I think if you delay too long, you're going to miss it, but I think if you play optimally, you are going to hit it. So I guess maybe getting that invincibility is worth it.
My matching is off point now.
Andy manipulates the stompers correctly and then runs headlong into a wall.
It is a very, very pointy wall. I had to
Just
sample.
wanted to give it a hug. Spike walls need hugs too.
I killed the minecart again.
Yeah, you need that minecart as a platform to get up to the invincibility. Wow, and we're about halfway through our match already. As predicted, it is not a very high success rate on this run. It's a really challenging. This first level, which is what we've been seeing most of, is just very demanding. And these guys are going for the most of the best strats that they can find, even though they only had an hour to work on this.
Yeah, and it's tough for Dragon Dark too, because like early on, he could be like, all right, there's still lots of time. I'm gonna go for the best run I can get. But as time,
Oh, you fucker!
oh, wait for it.
Asshole!
Oh man,
Yep,
invisible
sniped
bullet.
by a runner. Oh,
There was no possible way I could dodge that.
Yeah, they fired a nice stream there to cover every option. That was pretty brutal. And that's the end of level 7, so that would have been a really big chance to get on the board for Dragon Dark, who is really looking for that. He needs to get at least some information about what kind of time he gets on, his ideal run, and what sort of sacrifices he can maybe get away with if he really needs to get on the board and still come in under Andy's time. But he doesn't know that, and he's just forced to kind of play his own thing, which is, that's generally what Dragon Dark does anyway. He sets a really high standard for himself. He knows what kind of run he wants, and he just goes until he gets that run.
Reboot TV, to answer your question, I actually don't know if the task does pausing or not. I know the task will do some jumps, like jumping over the crushers that regular players probably wouldn't attempt in a run. But also the tasks, you only need to pause for 1 frame, so it wouldn't surprise me if the task did do that, because just a 1 frame loss is probably going to end up being worth it if there's any spot where you have to stop.
Andy with another run in here into level 8, and he's looking at a half-second improvement here, which actually means more than you'd think in a race as tight as this,
I had to duck a bullet
goal as tight as this. Yeah. So even more time can be saved here, for sure. But it is nice to make that number just a little harder for Dragon Dark to catch up to.
Yeah, it looks like he lost a little bit of time at that mini-boss fight. I'm seeing him right now less than half a second ahead of his PB. But it's going to be pretty close, assuming he gets a nice fight here. Jumping, of course, lets you hit this guy quicker.
Mashing is challenging.
And let's see if the fade-out happens any later. Or, any earlier, since he didn't take the death.
I don't know, I split late though.
Considerably earlier. Oh wait, no, never mind. The comparison video stopped. Never mind. It's like, wow, what's happening? But yeah, he does have, he has green donuts.
Mashing is hard.
Yep, we'll see if those donuts are green or red in just a moment. Meanwhile, Dragon Dark finally has a run here into the southern level, and ends up taking a hit there in a really bad spot. So
Yeah,
he's going to finish it out.
Shooter.
It ain't gonna be enough.
Yeah, just eyeing the timers. It's going to come up short here. It looks like he went into the stage a couple seconds,
It's when the
2
screen
seconds
starts
back.
fading out.
Correct.
Yes. So there is this really long wait here.
Yeah, unfortunately.
I'll send it anyway.
Typically what a Contra runner would do to see where the end of character control is after they kill the boss, they would either hold up or hold down on the D-pad, and then you'll see your character, either duck or point the gun up, and then once it stops, then the character control ended. But we didn't want to require the players to do that and have to deal with, what happens if they don't.
And these was 1 frame slower.
1 frame slower from Andy's run.
Damn it! My mashing was slow. It got slower because I'm running out of stamina from this. It's tiring. I also had to duck a bullet. That stupid hero soldier that shot at me.
Yeah, I know who that is. He shot at me too.
So Dragon Dark, he died there, so we knew it was not going to be the run that wins the match. But he does get some information, at least, about what kind of times Andy is getting in this first stage and what he's getting in this first stage. So he has some more information to work with, and that can help. And he needs all the help he can get here, as time is ticking down. We're down to under 9 minutes now.
These fucking soldiers.
Wow, 2 shots from that guy.
Wow, that soldier was in a bad spot too. Even if I'd landed on the card, he would have freaking probably killed me.
Looks like people are having some problems with the stream, but I'm pretty sure it's on Twitch's end.
It is. I'm not sure if we're in low latency mode or not. If we are, I might set us back to not low latency mode, to higher latency mode, just to see if it helps. All right, I'm gonna play some Commodore 64 Grisor music.
Grisor. Oh, and timing.
Contra's a cool name, but Grisor is pretty good too.
Why did I stop there?
Pausing is hard.
So in Europe, this was called Probotector.
Worse than Contra.
Okay.
Definitely. I mean, it's a funny name, but it seems like
It also features
something
robots.
that took them all of like 3 seconds to come up with.
Let's play robots instead in Pro Protector.
It's a protector of robots.
I liked when in Contra 4 you could play as literally like any character you wanted to from the Contra series, including the robots from Pro Protector. And you could also play as the 16-bit renditions of the Contra 3 characters.
That's fun.
I think I played as the Pro Protector robots like all the time now.
Naturally.
But yeah, I guess the idea is they didn't want violence against living things, so it has to be robots versus aliens,
Yeah, screw those alien guys.
not terrestrial living creatures.
Ah! Global timers are hard to pause for.
Dragon Dark trying to get a deathless run on the board here.
He is a little bit behind, let's see. He's like almost 2 seconds behind Andy's run so far.
Yeah, and he knows exactly where he lost that time. The Crushers went pretty slow for him.
Got 5.5 minutes left on the clock.
As short as time is, I think it's probably still worth playing this out and seeing where this time goes.
I love the animation in Area 8, just seeing everything moving.
Ugh.
Ah, I can't. My timing on my pausing has gotten bad.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me!
Clipped from the ceiling.
Boom, that's it, clip from the ceiling.
Out of rage, he's gonna finish it out.
I can't. There's
Happens. Like,
That's
I had a
fine.
Yeah,
spider
to-
come
you gotta
down
run
and
on
not
level
quite
8,
hit me
yeah.
with his sprite, but hit me with his hitbox.
oh.
Yeah, you've already got a run on the board. It's that one wasn't going to be it anyway.
I knew better than to walk there. It's that last set of crushers that's killing me. I don't have a good plan for them right now, so I've gone back to really safe strats, and it's not helping anything.
Indy gets through there pretty quick with a sort of a crusher skip, I guess, with the with the pausing.
I've been trying to do that, but it's not. I'm not having any luck with it.
Wow, the ending music on the Commodore 64 version of this game is just crazy.
Crazy in what way?
Like, I wasn't even sure at first it was the same tune.
Nope, my cartoon fun.
It's a pretty good tune. It's just kind of wacky, that version of it.
I knew better than to stop on the fourth one. I knew better than that. I don't know why I'm doing it.
Oh, yeah, we did had a little bit of a pause there, but then that fourth one came right down on him.
Like, I knew the fourth one was going to happen because I paused on the second one. When the second one came down to previous one. So I skipped the other cycle, and I knew that fourth one was going to come down, but I walked under it anyway.
It seems like this is a time when keeping your cool is really going to help out here. So for these last 3 minutes, Dragon Dark's going to do his best to push aside all the Crusher shenanigans, focus on what needs to be done.
Oh, God, my mashing arm's starting to give a little bit.
Tell me about it.
Yep, both players losing a run to a wall that was probably one hit away from going down.
Yeah, like I lost time in the last level on my last finish run because my mashing hand was getting tired. The mashing got slower. Keep this stuff apart.
Yeah, it's hard to stay cool and calm in a game where you have to mash the buttons as hard as you do.
I just got lazy there.
I should have stopped on 3.
Those Crushers again.
Oh wait, forgot something. Forgot to start.
Was there a PC version of Contra?
An IBM PC version?
That's true. And when this game came out, people were still calling PCs IBM machines. Like as a generic term, the way that people call any kind of tissue a Kleenex, is this IBM compatible?
I was watching some old commercial for computers. It was, oh, you know what it was? It was,
Come on, jump button. Fucking work.
oof.
Let's see. Oh, where's the death? There it is. That first bullet from the second turret.
About 30 seconds left here. I'll save my stupid story about Christmas gifts and old computers for later.
Okay, that guy just somehow died.
I like the term personal computer. It makes me think of like personal pan pizzas or something.
Yum.
It's just for me. You guys don't get to use this computer. It's for me personally.
It's my personal computer.
Well, now it is your personal last call for resets. This is your last chance to reset, guys. And that's it. No more resets past right now.
Oh, I lost. See ya.
You lost except for the fact that you're in first place in this match.
You
Yeah.
died. You lost the run.
Huh.
We'll see what happens with this match. Tons of back spawners there for Dragon Dark, so he's going to go ahead and take them out before they can lag his game too much. It's not been his best run at this level, but Andy had some hesitations here too, so it's definitely not over.
Yeah, that 218 run had some slack in it for sure.
Oh, fuck!
Oh, man. He cut it so close on that last
jumped
one.
too early.
Just a little too early. Oh no. Well, that's probably going to be it for him. You can get an S gun in the next level, but after doing this boss here slower, and after doing the mini boss in Area 8 slower, that's not going to be able to catch up.
He did a really good job of avoiding the first set of bullets. It was super tight there. And then the game asked him to do it again.
I just jumped way too freaking late. That was the problem. Or too early. That's all I did.
Yep.
If I'd waited 2 or 3 frames, I would have been fine.
Yep, and that right there, that was the last meaningful input really to this run. The last spot where you could really screw something up is that final gun turret. The boss itself, if you have the spread gun, there's no way that you can not kill it before this stuff catches up to you and starts fighting back. And then Area 8, as we've seen, is almost an auto-scroller once you know what to do and come in here with the right gun.
Yeah, until you do stupid shit like I do.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's not necessarily free, especially when just the situation, right? You're on your last run or whatever, and it really counts. I've seen Andy get tagged by one of these things coming down from the ceiling during practice, and have to drag and dart during the match.
Yeah, it's like if done right, it's basically an auto scroller, but you just have to not let up on your focus,
That was awful.
So there we go. We have the outcome of match 1 right here on the board. Andy wins this with a 218.3. Dragon Dark's 226.5 was a run that he just finished, so he could have something on the board. But it looked like the strats he was using, he was on pace to be at about the same time as Andy had. But Andy managed to get it together. He executed. He got 2 runs in that were 1 frame apart from each other. So that's fairly consistent. 2 submitted runs with decent times in the 30-minute period for a goal this hard is pretty impressive. It's one that I think we might have seen a bit of a difference if these guys had gone another 10 minutes, another 15 minutes. I bet we would have seen both players submitting new times, but that's not how it works. 30 minutes is over and Andy wins.
Yeah, so I think we should take just a little bit of a break, let these mashing arms rest a little bit.
It's gonna be Super C, dude. It's gonna be Super C.
It's not gonna be Super C.
Not gonna be Super C.
We
don't have to mash anymore.
In this game, honestly, I like that one better.
Yeah, well, it's a very different game actually, for both being games from the same series in the same console. I feel like they're very different games.
That one has a second viable weapon, though. Fire is actually good.
Yep.
Fire is good, man.
That's right. Yeah, this one, S, is really the only gun worth getting.
Wow.
Right, but we're going to give these players a moment to rest up, and then we're going to release the next mystery game.
Before that, let me tell you about the SNES Superstars Marathon. That's right, March 20th is when it ends, actually. March 12th through the 20th. Speed Gaming will be hosting the SNES Superstars Marathon, featuring all the best runners from a ton of SNES games. We're currently taking game submissions, so if you've got a top time in a SNES game and you want to be a runner in this online event, please head on over to snessuperstars.org. Boom, there it is in chat, and submit your run. If you don't have an eligible speedrun, but you still want to be a part of this awesome event, then please know we are looking for a whole bunch of volunteers to help with commentary, hosting, setup, art, web development, backup restreaming, video editing, all kinds of things that we want to be a part of this thing, and we need your help. So that would be awesome. Same site, snessuperstars.org. There's a link there for both submitting runs and for volunteers.
That's right. Yeah, the volunteers list hasn't been updated yet, but anyone who's already messaged me about volunteering, don't worry, I've got your name where you're not going to get forgotten. But first things first, let's get some runs submitted. Actually, I've had a couple runs submitted already, so even though we didn't officially release it. A few people have managed to get some things submitted. But yes, please do if you got a Super Nintendo game that you are pretty good at playing and want to show off that game for us.
Or if you've got someone you follow who has a top time in a SNES game and you want to see them in this marathon, then let them know what we're doing.
That's right, deadlines for submissions are February 1st, so you have a bit of time.
Heck, you have enough time to pick an obscure SNES game and get the record in it, and then be a part of the marathon that way.
That's right, yeah, you got about a month and a half here, a little less than a month and a half to get good at a game to do this.
I expect somebody to submit SimCity, please.
I actually made a list of games I really want to see in the marathon, and SimCity was on there, assuming there's some kind of speedrun tech for it. I don't know.
There is.
Oh,
Yeah?
sure, SimCity.
I've seen Mr. K do runs. There is very specific tech to how you build your city.
Uh-huh.
Nice. Yeah, I'd want to see that for sure.
I loved when I was at I can't remember if it was AGQ or SGDQ, where Mr. K got a speedrun of SimCity into the marathon, but used it as an excuse to also speedrun Maniac Mansion.
That was
right.
SGDQ 2012.
Mm-hmm.
That was one of the best runs I've ever seen.
Right. Once you get your city set up, once you've built the optimal structures, you have to give it some time. You have to wait, and then the population will fill in, and you'll achieve your goal. But during the waiting time, he switched over and did a run of Maniac Mansion, and then came back and finished the SimCity run. So you got a dual run action there.
Uyama said pretty specifically that was the only way he was ever getting Maniac Mansion into a marathon.
Hey, it was smart.
It worked.
It worked. There is time to get into King Arthur's World, or Dragon's Lair, if you like that game. Please.
The SNES version's more tolerable than the NES version.
Yes, I played the NES version and the SNES version as well, and I agree. The SNES version is tolerable.
I think we have a goal for the... I don't remember if it was NES or SNES.
SNES.
Yeah.
Yep.
You
Also,
might see
about
pop
that...
up.
Sorry, go on.
No, that's it.
I was
You
going
might
to
see
say
it.
about the
That's what
SNES
I was
marathon, you should, if you race a game, if there's a game that you run and you tend to race it with people and you want to get everyone together and do a race in the marathon, that would be a cool thing too. We didn't mention it's not just runs, it's also races.
Yeah, that's right. That's why if you don't quite have the top time, definitely submit it, and if we get multiple submissions, it'll be a race, and that'll be cool.
Don't speedrun SNES games.
Alright, I'm just getting the next goal set up here so that you guys can get right into it. Just gotta make sure I give you the right one. Alright, ready for the next one?
Where is I'm gonna be?
I guess you're gonna be. Alright. Goal is posted.
Oh boy.
It is Wizards and Warriors for the Nintendo Entertainment
Oh
System.
man.
This is gonna be tough. But I put it high up because I thought it'd be neat.
This
See
is
what
going to be a
Fiesel
tricky goal.
suffers. I want to see how Fiesel suffers.
You want to see how I suffer? Oh, please. This is one of the most annoying levels as far as I'm concerned. So,
Is this the outdoor castle?
Outdoor Castle, yes.
Oh god.
I knew he'd give us that one.
It's a challenging vertical section. It's probably the most challenging vertical section in the game. Maybe the level after it's also got some vertical stuff to it, but I think this one is harder to do, even though it's shorter.
And the regret is immediately there.
Immediate regret. Yep.
Yeah.
I felt so bad the first time I loaded this game up, and it was a part of the Big 20 race, and I had to learn it. I just was jumping around in these trees in level 1, not knowing what any of the UI meant, or, am I really supposed to not get hit by all of these things that are just swarming me? And is this really my jump controls? And it just felt bad. I was not happy. So I think these players might go through a similar phase here in the first couple of minutes, and then maybe their feelings will start to change once they get the hang of it.
Right up my alley. Well, that's true. I mean, I do come up with a lot of these goals, so you tend to see a lot of Fiesel games on SGL.
A lot of Fiesel games on Sigil.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, to the Fiesel run locator.
Yep, you want the all stages run. That's where you'll see this. This stage is not a part of the any percent run. So if you've seen any percent, what happens is you go through the first 4 stages, and then in stage 5 you do a glitch that makes you cut through a wall that takes you back to stage 1. Now the game doesn't really track which stage you're beating, it just tracks how many stages you beat, or specifically how many damsels you've rescued from the bosses. And after warping back to level 1, you can replay levels 1, 2, and 3, and the game thinks that you've just saved the final 3 damsels, and you can just go right to the credits, so you don't even have to fight the final boss. So that's what any percent looks like. This, however, the level they're using is the first level after that. If you don't do the any percent route, this is the first level that's not part of any percent. And there's
It does
a couple
have
levels after that.
the title screen music plays for this one, so you get the best music. Some people really like the music in this game.
Not title screen music, it's the damsel music, isn't it?
Isn't it the do-do-do-do-do?
It is a variation on the title screen music, I believe. No, it's a variation on the damsel music. You're right.
Oh,
I only know that because I watched a lot of you playing this game. So I got a derpy swing and sword animation. I got stabba. I can fly. I can do cool fly things. I can kick.
yeah, kicks with select is a weird one. Basically, select uses your sub item, and in this case, it's the boots of force, which kicks for 3 damage.
This is crawling animation.
It's pretty good. We had Wizards and Warriors X, Fortress of Fear, on the Game Boy that Dragon Dark actually competed in not too long ago.
Let me in.
Yeah, you're not going to see much overlap between that game and this one. They
No.
look the same, similar sprites, but the NES version is very, very different in the way the levels are designed. Also, the character movement feels quite a bit different as well. A few things to note about this. Let's see. First of all, your sword is useless. You sitting there swinging your sword. It's got almost no hitbox, and you can damage things just by jumping into them. If you jump, your sword is actually useful. You don't have to swing your sword in the air. It'll just automatically have a hurt box for anything you run into. So that you'll probably get some use out of. As far as swinging the sword at enemies, that's almost useless. The kick is a really good attack. You press the select button to kick, and that will open up treasure chests that you don't have the key for, so that's important for routing reasons. And also, it's one of the best attacks that you can get. You'd use it on most of the bosses you're going to be using the kick move on, but this stage doesn't have a boss. This is, I think, the only stage in the game where there's no boss. You just go right into the exit door and it takes you to the next level. So at least you don't have to learn any boss strats. One of the things about it, though, is almost all these levels, no, in all the levels, you have to collect a certain number of gems to advance. So this is a collection quest. In this level, though, unlike most of the others, there's barely enough gems. So you have to collect pretty much every gem that you see in order to have enough to get through the door. You need 50 gems to get through the door to exit this stage. There's also 2 keys, and you have to get the keys in order. First you get, I think it's the pink key first, and then the blue key once you're in the door. But yeah, you need a key, and that lets you get into a door at the top of the tower. Then you find another key in that top of the tower, which you use to get in the exit door, which is back at the bottom of the tower again. So you're going to see these guys climb all the way up the outside face of this castle, go into a room, a really big room where there's some things to collect, and then come all the way back out and down to the bottom where they started.
This what's it called? the jump buffering. You just hold jump, you just keep jumping.
That's right, it does have buffered inputs on the jumps. You can hold the A button and you'll jump the moment you land. So that will help in some of these sections. I mean, you can certainly jump at the earliest possible frame like that, but the way that you're going to see these guys saving small amounts of time in the climb is limiting how much they hover. So you can press up on the D-pad, and that uses the potion of levitation. It lets you hover into the air a little bit. That lets you reach ledges that you wouldn't normally be able to jump up to directly. But it's also a continuous thing. You can hover anywhere from 1 pixel to probably about a block and a half worth of distance. So, would that be like 24 pixels-ish? And the amount, if you want to save some time, you can just hover the minimum amount you need to reach the ledge you want to jump to.
That sounds outrageous. I don't think I've ever heard of anything so outrageous in my life.
It's pretty crazy, yeah. I don't even know if any of this is real. Okay, but these pistons that you see coming in and out of the wall there, these platforms that you see these guys jumping on that extend and retract, they're on a timer, and because these guys are starting from a save state, they're probably going to be getting the same behavior out of the timer from all of those, so that's going to work to their advantage. Currently, there's only 2 people that run this game, this category specifically, but I think in this game I don't think there's anyone who's a current runner of this category. But it's myself and Darkterix run this. We raced this at SGDQ and Best of Ness. In the past we've seen, I think Bablo had the record for any percent for a while. And Corey, actually I think Corey is still running it. I know he has run this in the past. And there's a few other people that have done runs. Let me go look up the leaderboard.
Man, these jumps, because you're so close to the top of the screen, a lot of them are pretty much blind, so there's a big memorization aspect to this that both players are just going to have to drill in here. And it's gonna take time.
Yeah, the trigger for scrolling the screen up is pretty high up. You have to be almost off the top of the screen before it decides it wants to scroll the screen vertically. So most of these jumps that these guys are making are going to be blind. You just have to memorize which way to go next. Do they need to levitate in order to do it, or can they just jump straight away? There's going to be a lot of memorization, some intense memorization in this area here.
Intense.
It is.
It's an understatement and a half. Ew, I got the pink potion. What does that even... Why
You jump higher.
You jump higher. That actually could be
high.
useful.
It could be, but I don't know what to do with it.
Right. With the pink potion, you can replace some of these levitate jumps with regular jumps, so that is a bit of a time savings if you get it.
Keyword is some.
Some, not all.
This is gonna be a very long hour.
I'm thinking it's probably going to feel like a really short hour.
Yeah.
We'll be down to 5 minutes, and you'll be like, what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot to mention Kha'Zix. He's another person who's run this. He's got the number 4 time for any percent. And Bad Breaks has a time for any percent on the board, 14:15. And I know that Dexter also knows how to run this game. For all stages, which is the category that the level that you're seeing right now comes from, it's myself, Darkterix, Corey, and Master88 have times on the board. The other thing that these guys have in their inventory of moves is the feather. The Feather of Featherfall is what it's called. And what happens is you can hold up on the D-pad as you're falling, and that will make you fall slower. Sort of like flapping the tail in Mario 3 or the cape in Super Mario World, that kind of thing. You can fall down more slowly. It's pretty helpful. You'll probably see it more in the later part of this goal, because right now they're going upwards, but they'll be going downwards in the next part.
Oh my god, that jump there is stupid.
What music are we playing right now?
It's Rainwave.
Okay. So then you can, if Nightbot is around, you should be able to do this.
There you go. That pink potion that we saw Andy pick up earlier, that's a random drop. Certain enemies can give drops, and these things that look like candles, we saw Andy's going by right now, that thing right there, that also gives you a... Oh, thank you for helpfully illustrating. That gives you a random drop as well. It could be a gem, it can be points, it can be a potion, it can be health. I don't think... Getting a gem might help you. Getting random gem drops might help you, let you skip some of the gems that you'd normally pick up, but I think for the most part, it's not something the player's going to rely on, getting a random gem drop.
Yeah, plus, like, it would be hard to know what to do with it on the fly. There's already lots of memorization in this goal that is going to take up a lot of time for the players. So the idea of looking at places where they could skip gems and working those alternate strats into their memory as well is going to be really hard. So I don't think we're going to see anyone really utilize an extra gem drop.
Oh boy. A challenging game.
This is challenging. We gave you guys a pretty hard goal for this.
This is your recurring trend.
Yeah.
We gave you a challenging goal, by the way.
Well, we wanted to make sure we had a pretty high skill cap on the games that we give you guys for these final matches here.
I liked it better when it was easier.
Right. Bring back Paperboy, please.
I was not in the Paperboy episode, but I can only imagine that being easy.
Well, I mean, it was easy to get a run finished. It wasn't easy to get one that topped the board, though.
I have a feeling this run's going to be horribly unoptimized, and there's nothing I can do about it.
Yeah, I'm getting that feeling already.
I don't think there's anything Andy hates more than being unoptimized.
I
Nope.
do hate being unoptimized. That's why I never finish any speedruns I learned. I can never get a satisfying run. Alright.
Don't run this game then, because you'll never get a satisfying run of this game.
It's the, like...
I
like
can't
the
even
main-
get a satisfying run.
It's the reason why I'm dissatisfied with my current Bubble Bobble record that I have. It's like, I don't... And like, I try to do better in it, but it's like... I executed on such a high level, but... The game decided I wasn't allowed to have a 5-level warp, and as a result, I've played 2 more levels than I'm supposed to.
Huh.
And just the fact that that run exists still, with my, like, such a high level of execution.
Yeah, it's pretty frustrating, and this game is like that as well. You can execute as well as possible, and then you get up to the final boss, and it gives you a pattern that you can't work with. Final boss is really random. If you want to pick this game up and don't want something obnoxiously random at the end of it, do any %, because that doesn't do the final boss. So that's actually a decent speed run. This category, though, all stages, is absolute garbage to try to run. I mean, it's a great... like, everything up to the last boss is really good. Like, this is a great category. It's just the final boss is terrible to get right. Anyway, I think one of the things that makes this a really strong speed game in general is the movement. It's not just, you know, hold right and jump kind of game. There's a lot of... all these levels scroll vertically and horizontally. There's a lot of routing decisions that you have to make because you're going all around these levels trying to collect a certain number of gems in each of them, so...
Does the candle sometimes have a gem inside of it?
Yeah, sometimes you can get a gem from the candle, yep.
Ah, RNG!
Yep, it may or may not make a difference in this. There are enough gems available to you without getting the gem from the candle. This one that Andy's looking at right here, there's a gem on the left side of his screen. That's one that you may or may not end up skipping. You can probably still have enough gems even if you skip that. But certainly if you get a random gem from the candle, you want to skip it.
Yeah, that block took its time there. Maybe you did like a Contra thing and you skipped a cycle or something.
Alright. Let's create a save state here.
Yeah, these blocks are really a pain. Sometimes I feel like it helps if you like scroll the block onto the screen sooner. You do a jump to scroll the screen up, so you make the block appear, and then it seems to come out faster. So I don't know if it really is a global timer. It may be some other kind of RNG, but I think the fact that you're starting from a consistent spot in the global timer means that you can expect better than average consistency with these platforms. I see Andy's on the indoor part of the level, this gray area. He's got the pink key and he goes through that pink door, and so now in here he's looking for, I think it's the blue key, or no, it's the red key. In these bonus rooms right here, you have to use your axe to collect these gems. So right there, Andy collecting the gems without the axe means he's screwed. Does not have enough gems to finish this goal, unless he wants to...
You get more gems for collecting with the axe?
Yeah,
That's right, only in the bonus rooms.
Only in bonus rooms. Yes.
Oh, the bonus rooms.
So you get twice as many gems.
Well.
Each one's worth 2 points instead of 1 if you collect it with the axe. So the trick here is to getting all these gems with the axe and not with Kuros.
Luckily, there's a pretty nifty way to just kind of throw it and then jump to get the last one.
Yep, if you just copy the record video or DT's video, you'll see how it works. There are 2 gem rooms. There are 2 gem rooms inside this gray area. You don't need to do both. You can do one or the other. I think this is the faster one. But if you guys want me to show you where the other one is, I'm happy to describe it if you want to try that instead.
I'm satisfied with copying what already exists.
Okay.
Is there a way to get to both in a timely manner, or would it just compromise too much time?
Both in a timely manner. I don't think that there would be an advantage to doing both, because I don't think you need that many gems that you would be able to skip something, slow in order to get the other gem room.
Looking at the map, is it like...
It's straight left from the door. When you enter this gray area, you go straight left. And you should see like a colored door floating up in
there
there.
it is. Okay.
Yeah, that's the other one.
And like, does it like, you just touch it and it's there?
Yeah, I think you may have to drop into it from below. No, I think you can do it from either direction. Yeah, you just touch it and it's there.
They can be kind of finicky, though.
Yeah, they definitely can be finicky. Like, I don't get... Sometimes the door is supposed to let you in and it doesn't. There you go, he found it. So yeah, this is not quite as favorable a positioning of these gems. They're kind of scattered around, which is why I like the other one better.
You only need 50 gems to beat the level, then, don't you?
I had to go into this bonus room, though, in my SGDQ run, because I didn't think I had enough gems. So it is good to know it's there as a backup, at least. But you guys want to pay attention to your gem count when you enter this gray area and when you exit the gray area. You should know what your gem threshold should be.
This is kind of interesting because in your practice run, if, while you're doing whatever, you pick up a couple extra gems that you normally wouldn't, as you're practicing from that save state, you might start to think that, oh, well, when I get here, I should have this many gems. And then when you actually start to do a full run, you're going to start to be a little short. And so it's important to keep in mind the...
You need all the keys to beat the level? If
You
get
need
there
the
with 50 gems?
2 keys.
There's 2 keys and you need both. The pink key gets you into the gray area. The red key gets you into the exit. Yeah, that knight who's guarding the door, he requires 50 gems to move out of the way, but you still also need the key for that door. So you're looking for the key that you're looking for. It's on the very far left and then up. You go really far left and then up, and that's where the key is in the gray area. It's in a special room.
That makes a degree
Do the left
of...
sides of blocks just have an incorrect hitbox or something? 'Cause I'm falling through the left side of the block.
The left side of blocks. I would have thought that it would be the right side you'd fall through because of the fake perspective on them. But no, I don't recall anything about the platform hitboxes being funky.
What you're saying is this game is impossible.
That's pretty much what he said.
Yeah, it is. It's impossible, sure. These blue skull things that are shooting at you, you can kick them if you want. You can't kill them with your sword, but you can kill them with your foot.
Dude, my foot's powerful.
And they will drop power-ups if you want to take a chance on that.
This outside section is impossible.
Yeah, I think the outside section is a bit harder than the inside section. Here we see Andy right there picked up the red key. And so now he's going to come out the way he came in.
I'm experimenting now. I'm entering experiment mode.
Yeah, if you go left from where you're at right now, there's a treasure chest that you can grab, and you could do that instead of one of the bonus rooms. But I don't think that that's faster. But a treasure chest has 21 gems in it.
Luckily, deaths are very forgiving in this game. You spawn right where you died, even if you game over.
Yeah, this game is really weird that you die and start in exactly the same spot, you game over and start in exactly the same spot. You've got unlimited lives, unlimited continues. There's really no reason why someone wouldn't be able to beat this game, except for maybe getting frustrated and giving up.
Yeah, it's.
I give up.
I mean, they might as well not have life at all, right?
Yeah, I don't see the point of having lives and continues. Well, your score
I guess the boss
resets
fight-
to 0 after
My
a certain amount
sword!
of lives.
No!
Yeah.
And bosses too.
Well, the boss, yeah, I think the boss gets their health back. The only place where that is not, where you don't immediately spawn in the same spot as the bat boss, you have to re-enter that room. But every other thing, you start exactly where you died.
I have to
So
remember-
right here
oh,
and to the left is the
oh,
chest.
Jesus, fucked.
Yeah.
Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off there. Ooh, Dragon Dark with the pink potion there. Let him make a few jumps that he wouldn't have been able to do without hovering.
How do you finish the puzzle off? Just kind of fall off like a maniac, break your leg.
Yeah, you fall and try not to bump anything on the way down. And it's the spot you're going to is pretty much directly below where you're at now. Maybe it's a little bit left. You can choose to fall all the way to the right from this tower, or you can fall down and then left. They're both the same. It's just a matter of which one's easier to avoid obstacles.
Intriguing.
Hey, we got a little bit of Iron Sword music. Sorry, you were going to say the same thing.
You can request things on Rainwave, yeah. I think you have to sign up to actually request things, but you can vote if you want. You can go to rainwave.cc, or I guess chiptune.rainwave.cc.
Alright. How much time is left?
37 minutes.
Okay. I'm not super concerned about the time I spent playing science.
Yeah, coming out of this door here, you want to have about 28 or more. Coming out of that bonus room, 27 through 29 is what I usually aim for. You guys might have been coming in with more gems than I did, though.
I got 20.
Yeah, 29 means you've done it right.
But what
Means
if I
you've
didn't?
gotten everything up to this point.
What if I didn't do it right?
But you could
Yeah.
you could be as low as 27 and still be fine. There's also a few gems near the exit door, like the very final exit door to this level, that are not too far out of your way to get, and I usually get them in my version of the route. But if you end up with a lot of gems here, like say 30 or 31, you might be able to skip all those.
Alright, let's learn how to play this game for realsies instead of being a lazy bastard.
One of the things I was saying earlier was that being careful with your save states in practice, because the gem count you have in your practice save state might not be quite accurate to the gems you'll have in a run.
I like being accurate to my runs. Being accurate to my runs is important! I was considering the value of just going to both bonus rooms and saying piss off to the other room, but the door entry thing is a problem. This door is impossible to enter, dude.
Yeah, the door, you have to hit it from, I think, directly above or directly below. I think if you come at it sideways, it doesn't work or something like that. The doors are really weird in this.
Doors in this game are stupid. Should have learned from a good game, like, insert game here that you like that has doors that don't suck.
Basically, any game is going to have doors that suck less than the doors in this game.
I've never seen such finicky doors in my entire life.
While the door that you can use to warp to Ganon's castle, Ocarina of Time, that's pretty finicky.
That is a very finicky door. Oh, I probably just hit that guy.
Oh, we're seeing the map there.
Maps are a thing that are meant to be looked at.
They are.
See, if you see on the top left of Dragon Dark's screen, you see a little red treasure chest. It's sort of hard to see, to tell that's what it is, but there's a treasure chest there, and that's got 21 gems in it. The record route does not go for that. It does a bonus room instead. But these players, if they wanted to, could choose to get that chest and skip the bonus room. Only problem is the bonus room, or at least the one that these guys are doing, has 24 gems in it total. There's, I think, 6 and 6, and each one is worth 2. Whereas the treasure chest only gives you 21, so you're going to have to find 3 gems some other place. And there is enough extra gems available for that.
Is there a difference between how much each gem is worth when you pick it up, like the normal gems? Like there's pink and there's brown gems.
Yes, they are the normal ones that are outside of the bonus rooms. The ones that have a reddish tint are worth 2, and the ones that are purplish are worth 1.
And it doesn't matter how you pick them up.
Exactly. It does not matter how you collect them. The ones in the gem room are always worth exactly the same. Well, they're always worth, depending on what you collect them with. It's always 1 if you collect with your body, 2 if you collect with your projectile. And I think the last thing that you might want to know about these gems is that normal ones, fixed gems that are always in the same place, you can collect with your projectile. But gems that drop as random drops from enemies or from candles, you can't use your projectile to pick up. You have to collect them by touching them.
Another quick question. First of all, this game is impossible. Second of all, how much? Remind me again how many the chest has. 24. You said?
21. It's 21 in the chest, and there's 24 in the bonus room in the top right. I'm not sure about the other bonus room.
Bonus room is stupid. I don't care about it.
Yeah, they both have 24.
Both have 24.
Assuming you use the axe to collect all the gems.
Right. As after you leave here, after you exit this gray area, assuming you collected the gem that was, like all the gems that were on your way here, there are, I think, 5 more gems available to you. I think there's like 2 red gems and a purple gem by the exit door. We'll see in a moment when Andy gets there.
I'm gonna turn around. Turn around. Red gem and purple gem. Red gem.
Purple gem, red gem. Oh, and there's 2 more there. So it looks like there's 6. There's 2 red gems and 2 purple gems. So you need to have 44 when you exit the gray area. If you have any less than that, reset.
You have any less
try
than
for some
you're an
insane-
embarrassment Diesel, and he'll never be your friend.
Insane drop or something from an enemy.
Yep.
Should have 9 walking in.
Yeah, if you get to the end and you don't have enough, you might still be able to get lucky. You just kill the spiders that are hanging around near the exit door, and you might get a quick drop from one of them. But that's your only hope. If you've left with less than 44 gems, that's the only thing that'll save you.
There's like
7, 38, 39, 40, 41.
Fiesel, you didn't say math would be a part of this goal.
Say that again?
You didn't say math would be a part of this goal.
Yeah, there's definitely some arithmetic. This is it's a numbers game here.
Okay, so there's 47 there, and then I come back outside.
This is kind of interesting. Sometimes we like to give players goals where there's some routing work to be done. Usually those are the week-long goals because it's hard to route things out in an hour. And so, like, we gave them, here's this speed run, you can follow it. But both players are electing to be like, you know what? Maybe there's room for something new here. So both players using some of their practice time and more importantly, I think their memorization time, drilling down each jump into their head, they're sacrificing that time to look for some kind of a route improvement, or maybe even like a side grade. You know, same, no time lost, but is something they're more comfortable with.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see.
the tower is very tall.
It's a big tower.
This is a very, very big tower.
You climbed all the way up that tower.
No, I didn't. The game just thought I did.
I thought you did.
I
You got
thought I
me.
did too. I tricked myself into climbing the tower.
So we have other games, other goals from this game that we are saving for when we have this as a week-long game, where the players have more routing choices to do. But this one actually, compared to some of the other levels, the routing is pretty simple, the gem arithmetic and all that, just because you have such a limited number of gems available. that there aren't too many options for an optimal path.
Okay.
The level after this is a massive gem routing problem, which would be way too much for the scope of a mystery game.
That is exactly what you like in your week-long games. You guys squirm.
When you're falling, if you fall a certain distance and you hit something, you'll have this like dizzy animation as you land. You can avoid that by just tapping up on the D-pad. Anytime you tap up on the D-pad for just a moment, it'll engage the feather of feather falling, and that will reset your fall distance. So if you're expecting to land someplace that is going to give you the dizzy animation, just tap up briefly before you hit it.
Sounds like a plan.
6. That doesn't seem right.
Falling around is hard.
46 is okay though. There is 6 gems
46
waiting.
is okay, but that doesn't add up with what
Doesn't
the
add up.
it's doing.
Yeah, you may have gotten a random drop gem.
Wait, 29? That's not right.
I'm gonna lose this game because of math. If you know this.
Yeah, so that Red Knight, I don't know what that Red Knight does with all the gems that he collects. I think he's just gone mad with power.
Well, he's got a permanent
gotta get
invincibility
paid.
potion.
Yeah, that'll do it to you. That'll really go to your head.
How am I only... What the hell? This bonus room's not working right. It's supposed to have 24. I'm only getting 20. And I'm not touching any of the gems.
I'm watching. Let's see.
Yeah, it only gave me 8 for collecting all 5 on the bottom.
Gave you 10 from all 5 on the bottom. Huh.
No, it didn't. They gave me...
Oh, it's 5 and 5, not 6 and 6.
Oh, did I do the math wrong? Wait.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
Screwed us with our math.
No, there's 6 gems in
There's
each
6.
room.
Okay.
It's only counting 4 of the gems I'm picking, not 5.
Huh. You're
It's
right.
complicated.
What?
This is a complicated speed game.
You know what? You're
Okay.
right, and I've never noticed that before.
That's crazy.
But
I
I'm pretty
guess
sure that I come in there with 9 in my run. Or I may have gotten a random drop that came in with 10.
maybe
One of
emulator
those
difference,
gems isn't
because
counting.
You know
Even when I
that
just
Dragon
did
Dark is
slower.
using the old emulator that we were using.
Oh, 2.2.0?
You think it's the wrong... You think it's an emulator bug?
Yeah, I'm using 2.2.0.
I don't know. Andy, do you have a save state near the bonus room?
Yes.
Do you?
Fact, I
What
do.
in your? Are you on 2.2.2?
I'm on 2.2.2, yes.
Yeah, if you can check how many
Could you
gems you get
pause
from
the
that.
practice time while we're testing all this, please?
That sounds like a
Okay,
very-
I'll pause it for a moment while we're testing.
I entered with 10.
What did that number say? I just cleared it. Darn it.
I entered with 10,
I'm not trying to stream it.
and I'm currently leaving with 30. I'm getting only 20.
Okay, so I think that's
Yeah, it looks like
Just
some of the
how it
gems
is.
aren't registering.
I am gonna
26,
watch your run and see
45.
what happens there.
Say that again, Ark?
6:45.
26:45.
26:45. Okay.
Oh, wow! I think it is a frame thing where if you collect more than one gem in the same frame, it doesn't count it. Because I exited with 32 that time.
That's fun.
I'm gonna watch Fiesel's run here just to see what happens.
I'm beginning to think it's a frame thing because I'm leaving with 32 now.
Well,
Yup,
I
Fiesel's
walk.
only getting 20 out of that room too.
Yeah, I walk out of there with 29, so that looks normal to me.
But it's
Yeah,
just-
you are missing one gem out of that room every time.
Yep.
So the treasure chest is actually worth more.
Yep.
Unless you can find a way to collect them and get all of them.
I think that would take longer though.
Probably, yeah.
You have to. Huh. Nice game. That's.
Yeah, now I got 34.
Nice.
Sweet.
All right, well, I'm going to start the timer up again now that
Yeah.
we know what's going on. Oh, thanks. Everyone was right on it. Thank you for keeping track of that for me. I forgot that when you're doing a countdown timer, you can't pause. It just goes back to the initial countdown.
So, chat is on the case.
Chat's on the case. Oh, they're pretty vigilant here.
Alright, I need to remap that then.
Yeah, it's definitely a frame counter thing.
Mm-hmm.
I want to say that. That's my theory, anyway.
Yeah, it could be you're collecting them both in the same frame. Or 2 of them on the same frame or something like that.
Intriguing.
Yeah, as Mike the viewer pointed out, you can probably count the number of 100 scores that pop up.
Yeah, I was only seeing 4.
Yeah. It's interesting. I ran this game for a long time and never realized that was happening. I didn't even bother to do the math.
That's 4 gems in there. Does that change any kind of... Well, I mean...
Not really.
You would have to look into whether it's possible to get like a clean run through the room without skipping that gem, right? Like you... Andy's kind of messing around with it, it looks like. Throwing this axe at different times.
To see if you can get the extra gems by not getting that, like, frame thing.
Yeah.
Frame perfect thing. Yeah.
At the very least, it looks like you might be able to save yourself time throwing the axe. Like, just collect them with your body.
Collect the first one with your body and then throw your axe through the rest of them?
Yeah, something like that.
Maybe. It also, as you said, makes the treasure chest worth more than this bonus room. The treasure chest you get 21 gems out of.
And there's a gem on the way to it.
And there's a gem on the way to it, you're right. So...
Getting 22 going that way, and potentially only 20 out of the bonus room.
Yeah, there you go. I should mention this to Darkterix and see what he thinks, but he probably knows it. He pays much better attention to this stuff than I do.
Weasel, you've ruined me again! Thou hast discovered gems.
Yeah, there you go. Andy's going through this thing here.
Just checking.
21 gems.
How crazy it is. And I died.
Wow, health is generally not a concern in this level, so...
Well, if you run through like 3 turkeys, you go like the top path.
Yeah, but they give you the turkey legs before you're gonna take the damage. That's sort of the irony of this, of the placement of them is in this route, is that you go there when you're still pretty much at full health, so they're completely useless. Because you don't really take damage during the initial climb.
Do you?
Speak for yourself.
Alright, so, what's the time at right now?
23.
I just don't know enough about Wizards and Warriors. I don't know enough about Wizards and Warriors to make make the science work out.
The science of Wizards and Warriors.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like both these guys are opting to go for that chest. They're done with that bonus room. They're completely over that bonus room.
Which sucks. We have discovered that it is, in fact, a fake bonus room. There's no bonuses.
It's a lie. It's an anti-bonus room. I gotta say, though, I'm not entirely convinced that it is faster to get the chest, even though that's more gems, but... I don't know. I think it's really close.
I'm gonna say it's probably really close. Yeah.
How did I get 49? That shouldn't be right.
Wow, Dragondark looking to have all the gems that he needs before even exiting this area. He doesn't want to go for those ones by the exit door.
It's not that, I just happened to come up with that many, and I don't know where I got them all.
That's good though. If you can walk out of here with 50, then you can fall straight to the red door that the knight is guarding, and not have to detour a little bit to get the gems over to the left.
Oh, and he gets a random speed potion drop. That's the blue one.
The blue, yeah, blue is speed, and it only applies while you're on the ground, I think, not in the air. Or do you? I think you slow down if you're in the air.
Might just be the weird mechanics.
I'm not sure, to be honest. But yeah, generally the speed potions don't help you in a speed run because there's so much vertical stuff going on. There's very few sections where you're just running. But if you do get one in a level like this where there is a lot of running, there's a big advantage to it.
That's why I only got 36. What? 46? What the hell? What's going on with you, game?
You must be getting random drops from something. if you're kicking those blue skulls, they will drop stuff.
Huh, okay, that's probably why I got him, but still, 46 works. No, it's not.
I hate skulls is what you're basically trying to tell me. That becomes a challenge. Now
Also, I think you're a little slower while you're doing the feather fall.
you're slower when you're doing anything in the air.
Yeah, anything in the air is going to be slower. I think Featherfall is the same as normal air movement, but in general, air movement is slower. It's basically like original Metroid. A game that Dragon Dark knows well.
A game that I submitted, but nobody picked up.
Someone will. Someone will. Part of the problem, though, is that there's been a lot of Big 20 people, and that one's been in 2 Big 20s. Although this game was in Big 20, but not this level.
This level is not in Big 20 for a good reason. Now I'm playing the science game. Like, this game, this is gonna be an interesting match. I kick that guy, I hate that guy. Hate skulls.
Yeah, sometimes I kick that skull just in case he might drop a blue potion.
I've gotten a couple of clocks on him.
Yeah, the clocks are sometimes helpful. Andy coming out of there with 44, just the right amount.
Just enough.
Just enough. He's got to collect all 6 of these gems that are...
But I mean,
6...
I'm working on it.
4, all 4 of these gems, rather.
It's a work in progress.
Where is
that
this
guy-
last gem that I'm not picking up? I know there's one up there.
As long as I don't get
Oh,
robbed
it's
in bonus
that
round.
one. Yeah, I have enough. I'm getting all the ones I want.
So Andy's opted to change the bonus room strats, try to get some other gems out of there, whereas Dragon Dark has opted to go for the chest.
Yeah, we have a slight difference in strategies here. This is cool. I like to see these 2 methods compared side by side.
Kick that guy, because I hate that guy.
Boom.
Wow, totally whiffed that shot.
Killed that spider, because I hate that guy too.
Spiders are just evil in general. They should always be killed.
Oh, I missed.
Oh, we've got the music from Castlevania 2 Belmont's Revenge for the Game Boy playing on chiptunes right now.
Sounds like a good song, you know?
It's alright.
I think it's a pretty catchy tune. We had this on SGL, that game on SGL, pretty recently.
Alright, I guess I should probably practice the Ascent again, because I haven't played that in 100 years.
Yeah, you've probably forgotten it all already.
I already forgot it.
And Dragon Dark only needing to grab 2 of those gems before going into the door.
Okay, let's do the outside again.
Still 17 minutes left, so we're in the last third of the practice period, but that's still a lot of time.
It's interesting and all the different things to work on in this goal, but both players seem to kind of be on the same wavelength in terms of what they want to practice.
Yeah, this is another case where even after watching this practice, I'm not sure who I think has got the advantage at this point. I mean, really, Andy has the advantage because he's already won one of the matches, so in some sense he's under less pressure.
Thanks.
I'm just saying he doesn't have anything to lose. You know, he can tank this one and then make it up on the next match if he wants to.
Yeah, that sounds like Andy. Just give it over.
Just say, forget it, I'm gonna go out for pizza, I'll see you guys when the next match starts.
Block, please?
Ascending castles is challenging.
Ascending Castles sounds like an NES game.
Sounds
can't.
like dangerous buildings. Block. Wow, that block.
Poorly. Alright, exit with 31. What a weird number. We're doing it.
Oh, missed the jump.
Better have too many than not enough. What I always say.
Yeah, I'm seeing lots of little minor movement optimizations that could be made here, but I think I'm not going to point them all out because...
I definitely know that I do plenty of them, because
Yeah.
I hover way too late, like 95% of the time.
Yep. Same.
Yeah, there's little minor stuff. I don't want to get too specific, with helping one person out, because it's not really stuff that applies to both players. I mean, if you guys want advice on anything in particular, go ahead and ask, but...
How do you play this game, Diesel?
how do you play it? You bang your head against the wall until you get really dizzy, and the game's over.
Good plan, man. Alright, I'm gonna... My optimization... my climate could definitely use optimization. But I'm still, kind of concerned about the bonus room. How do I avoid compromising so many gems?
Well, I mean, the original route counts on there only being 10 in there.
Mm-hmm. 20.
Let me in the door!
20.
Well, yeah, 20 points worth of gems.
I think the trick to the doors is to not be moving horizontally at all.
That's accurate. I don't know if that's the only way to guarantee you're going to get in the door, but that's what I try to do. I try to let go of the D-pad once I'm lined up with the door.
I had that droplet just intercepted my axe.
Yep, I saw that. It blocked you. You can get it on the way out, though.
Yeah, I sure can. But I'm mad at that droplet.
You got drop blocked.
I got way too many gems this time. Oops.
Too many gems is a good problem to have.
Oh yeah, that low health music.
Alright, back to working the actual ascent again, because I'm not very optimal there. I'm kind of bad at it. It gave me bad global timers. Again.
Yeah, it's our fault. Sorry. This Shadowgate music, or maybe it's Deja Vu, but I'm pretty sure it's Shadow.
This Shadowgate, yeah. Mm.
Goes really well with Wizards and Warriors.
It's
Say
a
that,
pretty
huh?
good soundtrack.
What a terrible... How terrible that your adventure must end this day. I don't know why I try that every time. I try that every single time.
Oh, to make that jump without levitating?
I feel like it's makeable, but it's not worth risking in a real run.
I'm not sure. I think you have to levitate at least a little bit to get up there. But yeah, you guys definitely should be sure that you test out that all the jumps that you're levitating for really do need it, because you may have a few jumps in there that don't need the levitation.
Or maybe not as much levitation.
Right, well there's some that I've seen these guys levitating for that don't need any at all, but even the ones that do need some levitating, yeah, you want to figure
Some
out
of
how
the
short you
notes,
can cut it.
It's really close on whether you can make it.
Yeah, I mean,
Looked like-
there are some that you have to be really lined up with the very edge of the ledge if you want to make it without levitating, so you may as well just levitate.
It looked like Andy only got 3 of the 5 gems when he threw his axe that time, rather than 4.
Nice.
I love getting shortchanged my gems.
Dragon Dark with the speed potion blazing through the room there.
sometimes you can make that while running and sometimes you can't. Sub-pixels!
Well, you want to hold up on the D-pad.
Well,
While
they
you're-
slow down when you do the feather fall.
Alright, one of the specs.
I sometimes tap it. Like, I tapped it in the past,
Pink door, exiting the gray
but
block.
like, it's just the fact that it's inconsistent. Sub-pixels are the death of the game.
Yeah, sub-pixels suck. But yeah, fortunately you can just hold up as you're running and it doesn't slow you down.
So as we enter the pink door going into the gray room, and then on the way out from the gray room to the castle exterior. And then when the score starts counting up. Alright.
Yo, I got a time stop. How cool is that?
Ten minutes remaining. Well,
Oh, I shattered my butt. I broke my butt.
Oh wow, I do not want those splits on the top of the freaking screen.
Yeah.
No way do I want them up there.
Me neither.
yes, you definitely want to put your splits at the bottom. Yeah, there's a lot of reading the top of the screen in this as you're doing the climb.
Alright, let's actually try to get some splits this time.
Okay. These players are using 3 splits for this. They're splitting when they go into the gray area, splitting when they exit the gray area, and then when they finish the level. Let's see, the match is going to start in about 9 minutes. In case you've joined us sometime after the last match ended, what's happening right now is these players are doing their 1-hour practice period. They were given this game and this goal, level 6 of Wizards and Warriors. They were informed about this 51 minutes ago, and they have had the better part of an hour to work on it. And in a moment, in 9 minutes right from here, the match itself is going to start, and the players will have 30 minutes to do as many attempts as they can at this goal to see who can get the better PB. Neither of these players has run this game before. This was in the first Big 20 race, but I don't think either of these two guys was involved in that.
No, I wasn't.
I've yet to be in the Big 20 actually, but I'm hoping to change that for Big 23.
Yeah, well, next one's coming up in February. Next Big 20 number 4. For people who haven't heard of Big 20 before, it's the Best of Nest channel. Twitch.tv/bestofnests is a channel where we put on various events. There's a marathon once a year of Nest games that lasts for quite a while. And there's also several of these races a year, these Big 20 races, where players learn 20 games, and they race those 20 games back to back in one giant mega race. And this was part of the first one. Bad Breaks is the person who puts together the Big 20 list. The next one's coming up. I think the games will be announced a couple weeks after AGDQ ends, sometime in mid-January, and the Big 20 race itself is going to happen in February.
I'm so invincible. Can't even handle this.
And keep an eye out for tutorials for the Big 20 games on this channel.
We'll be doing that, yeah, helping people learn how to run these games.
Hey, I got another invincibility. I'm invincible forever, man.
Yep, that red potion there makes you invincible. Not really all that critical in this goal. You might be benefited by getting a pink potion, which increases your jump height in the early part of this goal. And you might benefit from getting a blue potion in the later part of this goal, which increases your running speed. But red, probably not too helpful.
I forgot to do my second split.
Oops.
Alright, well, that's a run at the very least.
Yeah, we both submitted at the same time.
A 221 and a 227.
Oh,
So
well, I think I'm with this one.
both players know where each other are at this time, whereas with Contra, neither knew.
JC asking about the Game Boy version of it. It was called the Tiny 10, and I don't know who organizes that. I hope they're planning on doing another one, because I missed that when it happened. Like, I completely missed it, and I wish I'd at least watched it, if not, had some role in participating in it, because it sounds like it would be a lot of fun. The Tiny 10.
There was also the Master 15.
The Master 15, the Sega Master System 15 game race that Beatrim and Crazy Razimus organized. That was really fun. I got to do commentary for that. I enjoyed that. I enjoyed that very much.
I think I'm losing most of my time on the Ascent still.
Hmm?
Losing most of my time on the Ascent, I'm pretty sure.
Oh my god, that
Yeah.
block just did not want to come back out. I waited for like 3 seconds. And it's
Yeah,
like, nope.
that block was in a really bad spot.
And you need that block.
You know what? I'm gonna go back to this.
Well, coming down to the last 5 minutes of practice here. Be interesting to see where these guys think that they have the most to gain from practice. See Dragon Dark practicing this climb. Personally, I think this climb is the toughest part of the goal, so it doesn't surprise me that at least one of the players is trying to grind out climbing attempts here.
I'm trying to do the whole thing. I just that block didn't want anything. Didn't want any of my shit.
Yeah, that gem that you just saw Dragon Dark get a moment ago, that's one that you can actually collect on the way out as you're leaving this tower and falling down towards the final exit. You can get it on the way down. It's just that normally you have to wait around there anyway for the platforms to come out, so you may as well go over there and grab the gem. But we may end up seeing some variation. Maybe one of the players will skip that gem if they get a good block pattern and grab it on the way out, or perhaps not even need to grab it at all if they get more gems than expected inside the Grey Room.
Did we ever mention that the Boots of Forest let you force open chests without having the appropriate key?
Yes. It says so in the notes.
Yeah,
Well,
we
I mean
mentioned
in
that early
terms of
on, but that's what the
commentary.
boots do.
Yeah. Well, they also kick and do like 3 damage to bosses.
Kick bosses' heads off.
Nice. Granted, it's not during the actual playtime, but hey.
It certainly bodes well.
Alright, well that's definitely the thing I'm going to start enacting.
Yeah, this game with the Ninja Gaiden music. I think Ninja Gaiden music goes with a lot of stuff. It's a pretty catchy soundtrack. Really upbeat, very fast-moving. It really fits with any kind of action-packed game.
Might actually be getting the hang of this.
Yeah, both you guys seem to really have wrapped your head around the controls. I know a lot of people complain about this game when they first start playing it because it feels like the jumps are floaty and imprecise. And
They are.
well, they are, but once you get used to them, it actually, I think controls pretty well. You have a decent amount of air control, and the fact that you have the feather and the levitation potion gives you a lot of options for movement.
Who's the record for this game right now?
Me. DT is doing some attempts at Darkterix is the other currently active runner of this. He's doing some attempts at any percent, but I think he's given up on all stages for the moment because it is a really frustrating category.
Do you have a
Yeah.
link for a run of this category?
Is what?
Do you have a link for a run of this category? I want to check it out.
Let me go look it up. It's on speedrun.com, but I can find it pretty quickly.
How much time is left?
59 seconds.
Oh, good.
There's no time to finish a run. Oh, wow. Okay. I think it's whatever. There.
Yeah, the all stages run sucks because the final boss is horribly random.
Well, if I hadn't hit 2 platforms on the way down, that would have actually been faster.
Either way, I've been converted into a chest guy.
Yep.
Let's go
at
for
the
the
last
from the
minute.
chest. It's a lot less
See-
finicky.
And we'll see how that works out. It's not easy to go with route changes late in the game.
Getting to the chest is pretty easy, actually. Surprisingly
Yeah, but it
easy.
changes how you're going to get through the early part of the stage, though.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you just do something different.
He's gonna wing it.
That's what I do best, honestly.
Well, you're gonna have to wing it because the practice period is now over, so we're gonna move into matches here.
Oh boy.
Oh boy, oh boy. I am ready for some fun.
Actual match attempts.
Alright, I'm getting mine. I forgot to have it open for Contra, so I didn't know how much time was left.
I don't like looking directly at the clock because it actually does mess with me.
I just like having it so I have an idea of how long I have left, because I don't have the stream open because my computer would blue screen if I tried to.
Oh, you can grab keys with the axe, can't you?
No.
Can you? Oh, okay, never mind. I looked like you did in the...
You wish.
I'm looking at the video, I'm sorry. I'm just watching the tape.
It looks like he does because he swings the moment he grabs the key.
That's it, yeah. I thought he did. Sure thought that way.
Man, this shuffle is awesome.
Yeah, the crouch
Yeah.
animation.
Full suit of armor.
Dude, that crouch animation is so good. I made fun of it immediately when I discovered it
I
existed.
know.
And then you add the attacks too. And
So the little
Poke,
stab.
poke, poke, poke.
Hey, sometimes a poke is powerful.
Oh, good. That looks great. It's one of the best animations besides the leg dangle death. That's definitely
The
the
leg
best.
angle death is so good.
Yeah, definitely the best part of this game. All right, gentlemen, you ready to start match 2?
Sure. I'm ready to lose, maybe.
Okay, then.
Look with a resounding maybe.
Resounding maybe. So with that, well, let's let you guys clear your splits out. Get your splits set up.
My splits are clear out. Ignore the numbers down there.
Oh, okay, good enough. So then I'm gonna give you guys the countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Alright, I'm ready to win. Or lose. Or draw.
draw is pretty unlikely, but Arcana will be here.
Hey, it wouldn't be the first draw I've been a part of.
No.
That's right. So Wizards and Warriors, we had some different routing decisions that the players went with at the top of this castle climb, and at the last minute, Andy decided to change his to something closer to what Dragondark is doing. And to be fair, Dragondark seemed like he was gaining 5-6 seconds somewhere, so seems reasonable to look into a route change as the possible difference. But I mean, there's a sort of there's a sort of sureness that comes with, you know, having the route and practicing it that is just,
we all know
is
the
just
essential-
comfortable.
Hey,
That I feel like Andy's might be missing here now that he's switched to something else. But I suppose he is pretty comfortable in this situation, being a very strong mystery game player.
being thrown a curveball ain't too outrageous for me.
On blocks. Oh, you other one went back in.
Getting screwed up on the ascent is probably going to be my MO for most of this.
So this is our second match of the day. The first match was Contra. They did areas 7, or I think they call them stages, right? Or areas. Area? I think area 7 and 8 in Contra.
Seems like you started the timer at an hour rather than 30 minutes. But that's okay.
I did. You're right.
Hour-long
I sure
match.
did. I sure did.
Hour-long match. Oh boy, oh boy.
I had the wrong thing in there. My bad. Sorry, guys. I'll fix that in just a moment. Good call.
Wizards and werewolves. I'm gonna lose on the Ascent, and specifically on the Ascent. I might want to practice that more.
We have seen players opt to spend some of their 30 minutes during the match on practice.
Yep.
They feel like
I might be one of those guys this time.
that is the better, that's going to produce the best time at the end of these 30 minutes, then they're free to do it.
Alright, we see Dragon Dark is down the final part here. He's finished the gray area, and now he's making his way down to the exit. He has 44 gems, so he does need to collect a few extras, and he gets into the door. First finished run here, 2:22.9. Our official timing referee, Arcano, is going to take that input recording from the run that Dragon Dark just did, play it back in emulator, and tell us the exact timing down to the frame, which you'll see appear in this box at the top of the screen in just a moment. We've got the soundtrack to this game playing right now. This is a game by Rare, and as you might have guessed, the composer is David Wise, who has done quite a lot of excellent soundtracks for various NES games, particularly from Rare. For what it's worth, this game was published by Acclaim.
Short a gem.
He's short a gem, and there we go.
Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs.
Yeah.
That would have been 1 second off Dragon Dark's time.
It's fine, I screwed up my Ascent massively.
Yeah, both players are capable of going faster.
I'm also getting really screwed on this block lock here. That would feel better.
Oh shit.
Some notorious RNG. Yeah, Rare games, I think they're notorious for a lot of stuff, but it seems like it's a different thing it's notorious for with each game. Like, all
Very
the
true.
games that they make are so weird and so different.
They like to push their envelopes.
I guess so.
Case in point, like Battletoads.
Yeah, that game's peculiar in so many ways.
I have a problem making that jump like every time.
Alright, we've got Dragon Dark coming out of that door from the Grey Room, and he's on pace to beat his 222.
It'll beat it, but I missed the 2 gems on the way down. I still beat it.
And there he is. Yeah, he beats his PB by about 2.6 seconds, according to the manual splits. So in a moment, we'll see Ark's finished timing of the previous run, just as Dragon Dark gets in his newest run.
I feel mostly comfortable with the climb now. It's just the blocks sometimes don't agree with me.
Yep, sometimes the blocks won't cooperate, and that's why it's good that the climb happens at the beginning of this goal, so not too much to reset after.
Screw that. I walked off the castle!
Don't do that.
Yeah, there's no coming back from that.
Platform is challenging.
What happens if you're hovering on a block and then it goes away? Do you get to keep hovering?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, once you're off the ground, you're not on the platform anymore, so it doesn't matter what the platform does.
I didn't know if it was still tied to the block in some way.
Yeah, it could be, but in this game it's not.
So the players have some tools at least to mitigate what these blocks are demanding of them.
That block again. That's just a climb.
Oh, I didn't see the question in chat there from Mogomeat, who asks about if the last boss is manipulatable in any way, and some work has been done looking into it. Deranged Squirrel Fighter in particular has tried to come up with some strats for it, but I think for the most part we haven't really found anything that's super consistent, and I think the best way is still just to cross your fingers and hope for good luck. I mean, particularly if you want to go for the optimal fight where he just appears in front of you 3 times and it's over.
You use your boots of force to force him out of your kingdom.
Exactly.
Kapow.
Pretty much.
This last block. Come on. Come on. Wow.
Ah, these blocks are stupid.
Yeah, these blocks are pretty ridiculous.
Stupid blocks.
I just lost. I lost about 5 seconds from one block not coming out. I was on pace for like a PB on the climb, and that last block just like, nope. I'm on lunch break. Wait, come back later.
Well, it looks like Ark has jumped straight to Dragon Dark's 220 run, and he's got the timing for that in. It is a 220.23 is the official time to beat right now.
It's a pretty tough time. If I can get out of the beginning of the ascent, then maybe I can work on it, but the ascent is impossible.
Yeah, it's interesting. This is shaping up to be kind of similar to Contra in that the very beginning of the goal was really unforgiving, and then it got a bit easier as time went on.
But the players have sort of swapped positions here. Dragon Dark starting out strong.
All right.
Come on. Walk. You too.
Well, I'm putting up some comparison videos here, and right now both of these players are having their runs compared against Dragon Dark's 220, synced up with Dragon Dark's 220 run.
Cool block. Also cool block.
Dragon Dark opting to kill some of these blue skulls, hoping for a random drop. There are some that are quite useful, particularly the blue potion. Maybe the pink potion would see some use as well.
Oh yeah, you could possibly get some use out of the pink potion on your way up to this pink door here that Dragon Dark just went through. But the one that's really going to help you is the blue potion. So
Block
someone might get lucky.
Ever. I fell. Fuck this level, man. This level is frustrating now.
So Dragon Dark's got time to save at the very end of this goal here.
And I never finish a run ever because I can't
Oh wow,
get.
that was a good one.
Yeah, Dragon Dark in the descend part.
Change.
Oh, another big improvement from Dragon Dark. He takes off another close to 3 seconds from his time.
Jeez, man.
So 217, somewhere in the neighborhood of 217 is now the top time.
Wait the time. Fuck, man. I fall every time. Platform. I gotta figure out how I'm doing, like how my finish run would even be anyway, and I still haven't done that yet because this goal was hard.
Oh wow, that troll block.
Andy about 6 seconds behind on the climb split, and he did fall a little bit, so
6 seconds behind is a lot of time, though.
yeah,
I'm
you didn't quite lose 6 seconds there with that one hiccup.
oh well. I gotta do some quick routing.
Wow, getting the pink potion at the worst time. Random drop when I'm falling. It's a little behind, I think.
It's a good question. I don't know what the time is. Oh, okay. Mike the viewer, wow, has already just checked this. 2:12 is the world record run, what that gets, and then the second place run gets a 2:20 on it. Interesting.
Shorter gem again. But I'm still short by like 5 seconds. Alright, I need this map again. Let's take a look at the exterior.
Whoa, what just happened?
In terms of what?
Sorry, Oh, my bad. Man, I just blew everyone's eardrums out. I'm so sorry about that.
Not the eardrums.
That's okay. We'll edit that out in post.
Yeah, that's not good. Yeah, really sorry about that, guys.
Optimizations are challenging, but I guess I'll figure something out.
Oh, that was gonna be good, and I missed the jump. Like, this goal actually isn't that bad once you figure out the climb.
Yeah, but figuring out the climb, if that's bad, then kind of undoes that statement. And it's definitely tricky. The memorization aspect of it, along with adjusting to certain patterns from the blocks, combined makes this very tricky.
I messed up that briefly. Alright, that's a bit better, but it's still a little bit behind.
Yep, factoring in that one missed jump.
Oh, I missed that jump though, and now I'm definitely behind, but...
Oh, wow, I can jump straight up. Okay. Wow, and then every block's just like, nope, we're returning.
So it looks like Andy's kind of figured something out on the climb that's helping him really compete with Dragon Dark here, who is starting to run away with it.
But when I at least finish a run, this run's not gonna do it, but I don't want to get the fat DNF. I'm finishing a run.
Oh, no.
Alright, well, we've got the video for Dragon Dark's 2:17 up now. That's being synced with these players' runs that they're currently doing.
I almost died.
Yeah, as we can see, Dragon Dark's 2:17 is already about 4 seconds ahead of Andy's right now.
I forgot to split my second split. I threw my axe the wrong way though, so I'm not finishing that run. But I'm already 4 seconds behind, so it didn't really matter regardless.
Except for the DNF. Actually, Dragon Dark stops to collect some of those gems. He lands on them rather than trying to axe them on the way down.
Mm-hmm.
So I think you actually made up some time on that very last bit of gameplay there. That would have been quite close.
I messed up massively in the beginning of the castle. I forgot what I'm doing.
That's right. You guys have a slightly different approach to that first gray room. And I don't think we'd have like kind of a proper side-by-side comparison yet as to whether someone has an advantage or if it's just two ways of kind of doing the same thing.
Yeah, I would guess that they're very close, doing the gem room instead of the treasure chest.
I'm not doing the
Well, they both do the chest, but Andy gets upwards earlier, whereas Dragon Dark waits till he gets to the stair section.
That actually might be faster to just...
Yeah, we're playing the Wizards and Warriors 2 soundtrack right now, but we'll switch back to Wizards and Warriors 1. It's just the soundtracks are so short, I don't want to just loop the same game over and over.
Yes, you do.
Yes, I do. You're right.
Wind Waker sailing team.
Yeah, that's my favorite.
Nice blocks.
Crap, my controller just decided it doesn't want to be hooked in anymore.
Ooh,
That's nice.
Just completely decided it didn't want to do anything.
is it back?
It's fine.
Okay.
What's the
Still,
timer look like?
that's not fun to have happened.
Yeah, we saw that.
That good of a climb anyway.
The time you have just a little over 12 minutes left.
That's about right. My internal clock is not messing with me at the very least.
We did have a Zelda 2 race where Solfad's controller would just stop all of a sudden for about 5 seconds or so. Happened to him while he was standing on a bridge that crumbles beneath you when you stand on it, so that was fun. And it happened to him again in another race, but that time, every time it happened, he was in some safe place where it didn't really matter. He just lost the time he spent not moving. So he still managed to come out of that race okay.
It could have gone so much worse.
It could have gone real bad.
These blocks are not cooperating.
Come on, block. Block.
Blocks just gave up on me. I've never had such inconsistency with the blocks until now. Like, the blocks were generally nice to me, but I would just play poorly, and now I'm playing better, and the blocks are like, yeah, we're not coming out now.
It's similar to what Dragon Dark was having. Like earlier in the match, he was, getting kind of trolled by these blocks a little bit. And I guess it's, whatever you figured out and adjusted on your climb, you're starting to go a little faster, and maybe that is part of the reason why these blocks are suddenly not lined up anymore.
Affected me massively. I'm not happy about it.
Yeah, it's pretty weird because the blocks, they aren't predictable, but if you play consistently, if you do the same thing every time, you have a kind of a limited set of patterns that you will see from them. So it's like sort of consistent. I don't know. I don't really know how to use that knowledge to help these players, but
I like global timers better. Bring back global timers.
yeah.
I could pause those.
Fortunately, this goal doesn't have any random doors. Other stages in this game will have doors that randomly open and close. It'll just be open for some number of seconds and close for some number of seconds. And it just seems like, regardless of what you do, every now and then you'll get a pattern where the door just closes and refuses to open again. It'll maybe take 10 seconds before the door decides it wants to open. And we had to be careful to avoid levels like that in making these goals, because that is extremely frustrating. But even worse than this block platform RNG.
Oh yeah, way worse. Like, sometimes these blocks can feel like 10 seconds, but those doors are literally 10 seconds sometimes.
About 9 minutes left on the clock. We see that neither player is ahead of the 2:17 run right now, but it's relatively close. Both of them, I think, are about 2 seconds behind that 2:17 run.
I think there's about that much time to be saved right at the end on the fall.
Ooh, well, Dragon Dark managed to save all that time right there in the climb, and he entered the gray door at exactly the same time as his PB. The door to the gray room.
Yeah, I got a better block cycle at the end.
I had a bad block cycle in this run, so whatever happens, it probably won't be what I want.
Gem.
Well, that's interesting. It looked like Andy lost a little bit of time relative to Dragon Dark's run, but then gained a bunch of it back right before exiting the gray door, or the gray room.
Yeah, it's because of the way they do the first room.
Ah.
Dragon Dark is collecting some extra gems on the way out that Andy had already got by that point.
Yes! I split too early, but I'm okay with it. I got a run that's acceptable.
217.
I split too early. It's probably like 217.5, but I was happy about it.
It's going to be close, though.
It will be close. Arcano is going to time that.
Because that means all I need to do is do the ascent a little bit better, and then I'll probably be fine.
Meanwhile, Dragon Dark is looking to just kind of do the fall a little bit better.
Oh wow, I missed a few gems. Tower.
Dragon Dark misses a chance at another 217 there.
Yep.
Short just a gem. And both players go back to it. Andy hoping to optimize the climb. Dragon Dark hoping to optimize the fall. But one of these players is ahead, and that will change things greatly, so we'll eagerly await to see the results of Andy's last run.
Like, I just got trolled by the blocks again. One went in, one came out, and the one I needed to jump to went in.
Yeah, the soundtrack we're listening to right now is from Iron Sword, Wizards and Warriors 2. It's the sequel to this game. We'll go back to the Wizards and Warriors 1 music again once this is played out, but yeah, really good music from both soundtracks by David Weiss.
Just 6 minutes left in this match.
Oh, damn it. Okay, this doesn't work.
And we have the update. Andy's 217 is a 217.8, whereas Dragon Dark's is a 217.17.
Ah, so close. Yeah, so far.
Dragon Dark maintains his lead.
Wow. 5 seconds on that block.
That was interesting.
Yeah, sometimes I feel like doing a regular jump and then just waiting for the block to appear after that helps. Like I'll jump first rather than levitating like you were doing and waiting for it to appear. I don't know if there's anything to that or if it's just like superstition, but that's what I like to do. Yeah.
It worked that time.
Yeah, that time it worked fine, but who knows?
If you have a pink potion, do you jump higher out of a hover jump too?
Yes.
God. Getting a pink potion is terrifying.
Yeah, pink potion, if you get it when you don't want it, is actually really disconcerting. It throws off your planning for everything. Yeah, 0.65 seconds is pretty darn close.
Yeah, I definitely split too early on that though. That's definitely...
Alright, we're back to Wizards and Warriors 1 soundtrack.
I can't jump, dude. Jumping is hard.
Well, Dragon Dark's got another run into the gray room at the top of the climb. Good numbers.
He's doing fine so far. He gets that pink potion. That's helping him out a little bit. Floats down to here to go after the treasure chest.
Yeah, the red potion, however, was a random drop. Not too helpful. Dying's not a huge concern here. It can happen. And it's nice that the red potion really reduces the chances of that, but
yeah,
probably going to be okay.
Yeah, I think they'll be okay on health. With this route, they're not going to pick up all the health refills that they would get if they took the route that's in the record run. But I think that health isn't really going to be any concern here.
Alright, Dragon Dark out, still ahead.
Interesting. I'll point it out afterwards, but I see
Wait to the second.
interesting stuff about the strats in this falling section.
I had to get one extra gem outside and get a random one we did last time.
Oh, he had to get an extra gem, so that's not going to be a PB for him.
I already messed up too. It's not gonna be PB either, probably. It might be, but I mean, I'm not happy about it already. I made a stupid mistake.
Well, you don't need too much more time to catch Dragon Dark here.
I wasted at least a half a second already though, so I don't know if I'm gonna even make my time.
Well, we know that this can be done in 2:12, so there is that time somewhere out there.
And then we were talking about health and actually dying here, Andy getting quite low.
Yeah, he's listening to the low health music right now.
Good song.
Yeah, he may have a problem. Oh, he fortunately got his shield blocks the projectiles from those skulls, so that's how he managed to survive that.
You definitely don't want to put yourself in a situation where you're relying on the shield to block something, though, because it is really bad at it.
Yeah, the shield, yeah, hopefully it'll help you, but it's not guaranteed to.
So why does the speedrun pick it up then? Is it just on the way?
The speedrun picks it up because it helps at some bosses, and the any percent run gets it because it makes a chest later on become a gem chest instead of another shield location.
Oh, okay. So it's kind of like A Link to the Past, where if you don't get the lamp right away, you can get the lamp from a different chest later.
Yeah, it is. There's multiple chests you can get these from, and the nice thing is that if you've already got the item, it'll just give you gems instead. So the speedrun wants to get it just so that a later chest will be gems instead.
Oh my god, these blocks just wrecked me, dude. I had such a good climb, and then the block just gave up on me.
Yeah, we are coming down to the end of this match. Just over a minute left on the clock. These players will have a chance to do one last reset before the timer runs out, and we'll let them finish their final runs that they're working on. So far, just as a recap, Andy won our first match today, which was of Contra. So if Dragon Dark wins this, then they'll be 1-1, and we'll go on to a third game.
Dragon Dark had a run there that was not so clean, but had a lucky blue potion running out of the gray area with, lots of basically just horizontal movement. So it's a big help there.
I didn't look at my gem. If I'd looked at my gem count, that would have been ahead. But I didn't look at it, and I went to backtrack for a different one.
Messed up again. Seriously.
Well, now we are at last call. This is your last chance to reset, guys.
Well, I'm
Taking
resetting.
it. Dude, I'm taking it.
Retracted.
Okay,
Holy
we'll take
moly,
it. And no more resets past now.
I mean, I'm not taking my reset. I'm on a roll.
He's 5 seconds ahead.
Yeah, I had the perfect climb, dude.
5 seconds up right now. My goodness.
Yeah, that's where you were saying 212 is possible. Well, there it is. There's all 5. Now remember, Dragon Dark needs this to stay in this tournament.
Well,
he's
that's
down.
probably the end of that. I didn't
Okay,
fall.
so it's all
Oh,
about.
that's
if
the
they-
potion, dude.
He's got a blue potion, so that's going to give him some time gain there.
It could have hurt him a little bit on some of these jumps. It's a little weird, moving faster than you'd think, but he
was
didn't
so
miss any of
weird.
them.
That was the first blue potion I've even seen. I gotta not mess up the descent.
He's still 5 seconds ahead. Oh my goodness.
I had a feeling the climb was going to come down to it, just what the blocks decided to do.
I'm short one because I missed the gem because a spider intercepted it.
Oh my
Oh
god.
goodness. Well,
Farming
yeah.
Spider's trying to get
Oh.
his last gem. He doesn't get it.
I
that
can't believe the
means-
spider did this to me.
That means Dragon
Oh my
Dark
God.
wins the second
Wow.
match. They are
Oh
now
man.
1-1, and we are going to a third match.
I can't believe that. And Dragon Dark now's got a blue potion that he's running with here. That's a great spot to get it too.
I'm so mad. The
Oh my God.
spider just jumped in front of me.
The chat loved it.
This is
I was
why
like, I even slowed down on purpose so I didn't miss the second gem on the fall. And I would have hit it, but nope.
Get spider blocked.
This is why I didn't want to rely on shooting the things. I knew those spiders could do that.
Yep, Dragon Dark has been playing this whole time with a different strat on the fall where he lands on the blocks, make sure he absolutely gets the gems he needs.
And we were talking about how that would be a disadvantage to him.
It was slowing him down, but then Andy, already had made up the time. So a safer strat there would have been the way to go, but you don't practice it, then you don't have it. So Andy was forced to execute on what he knew.
I'm so mad.
Didn't quite come up there.
I'm so mad that these initial screen looks like the Marble Madness in terms of the letters in the circle.
It does. It really does. But
Ah,
wow. Well,
what a
that
kick
was
in the pants.
yeah, an unexpected ending to that match. So Dragon Dark does manage to hang on to the lead there, winning this match with a 217.17 versus Andy's 0.82. So yeah, like 0.6 seconds between them. 0.65 seconds rather between them. So very close match. And we're going to go to a third game. We'll give these players a moment to let their hands recover, and then we'll hand out the next mystery goal. The players will then have an hour to work on it. So we'll watch them practice for the next hour, and then they will do a 30-minute match of whatever that game is to determine the final winner here.
It's always pretty brutal when these mystery round matches go to the third round. You're looking at 4.5 hours. He's
I
gonna
knew
be mad
that
about that one for
Perfect
a while.
Climb was gonna win that match.
I had the perfect climb, and it didn't win me the match.
It could have won the match.
It would have won you the match if not for a spider.
The spider just intercepted it.
I did not have a single climb that at least one block didn't troll me somehow.
That's exactly the same for me. And I had the God climb finally, and I was 5 seconds ahead, and I only needed just enough gems.
There's 24 gems in those bonus rooms.
There's 24 gems in those bonus rooms, yeah.
It's not over. It's not over yet. So you gotta shake that off. Come into this third match with the right mindset. But before we get there, let me tell you about the Zelda 2 tournament.
Okay.
We're happy to help host the Zelda 2 100% All Keys tournament, which will be going on throughout December and I think into January. So you can visit challenge.com/Z2tourney, and I'm going to type Zelda 2 in chat here and hope that it does something. Yeah. And there will be brackets information and a link to the schedule there.
Alright, I will be right back.
All right. Yeah, Crash Cat has pointed out that nearly tying the time from the world record run at that stage is pretty impressive, considering these guys had an hour to work on it. That's it. That's a short amount of time to work on a game and already be up to top level execution. Yeah, the Zelda 2 tourney, it's been a lot of fun. Still going on. We're casting some of the matches here. Some of them are cast on Ludendi, and some of them on Retro Gaming Live. Retro Gaming Live TV, that's the full name. Yep, we've also got a Blaster Master tournament that's going to be happening in the spring. It starts, you can sign up for it now, the sign-ups are open, but the tourney officially starts on March 21st, so still plenty of time to learn that game if you want to take part in that. Oh, he's already got it. Yep, so check that out. We also have, coming up in March as well, a marathon of Super Nintendo games. If you guys enjoyed watching Best of NES earlier this year, this will be a similar sort of idea, but with Super Nintendo games. People who are the best at, or close to the best, who are pretty darn good at speedrunning various Super Nintendo games are going to come together. We're calling it the SNES Superstars Marathon, which I think has got a pretty nice ring to it. I like that. That was suggested by Mikey, I think, that name.
Yes, I was going to say, well, yeah, we're calling it that, but only because Mikey decided to call it that first.
That's right. Yeah, that's a good one. Better than anything I came up with, so
Yeah, we
like
both
it.
were like,
SNES Extravaganza and SNES Mania would be kind of
Stress,
SNES Extravaganza and SNES
It rolls right off the tongue. Snesravaganza.
I also liked the Snesterday races that they did. Snesterday. SNES Uber Stars.
Uber stars. SNES Marathon's going to be on this channel. Right here. It's going to be hosted and organized entirely by Speed. Well, not entirely. We think we're have some people to help us, but
Well, it's going to be run by a lot of people. We're going to be
yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. When it actually gets going, there's going to be a lot of
No,
people.
it's just going to be Fiesel and you.
Contributed.
Yeah.
Oh no. What
I
have
just
we
won't
done?
sleep for a week.
All right, we're moving the marathon to June, and it's going to be one day.
Right.
You two have to both. You just take turns re-hosting.
Well, are you guys ready for the third match here?
Yeah, go for it.
What's your definition of ready?
I guess it depends on the game, huh?
Being ready means you know how to do the shuffle.
Well, there we go. Let's reveal the next mystery game. It is a game called Wacky Races.
Oh, I heard this game was like the greatest thing ever.
It's pretty good.
It
You
is a
play
pretty
as
darn good game.
Play as a floating dog who throws
There's
bombs.
no save state though.
What?
Save state.
There's no save state to download.
Nice.
You have the ROM.
Wait,
Now,
wait.
how do you like the ROM is the easy one to track down.
Yeah, that's the.
The save
What the
state.
heck happened to the save state?
Just look at it. Just click here
Oh
for ROM.
no. Well, we'll pick the next one on the list if I can't find it. Shoot.
Weasel.
I know what happened.
What is the actual goal though? Because it might be possible to jump to there.
C3
You can
and
make one real quick.
C3? No, you would have to beat C1 and C2.
Oh no, that's. Yeah, it's not in there. Let me see if I've still got it on my hard drive.
Chat was hyped for Wacky Races.
Chat
man.
was hyped for it, and I just ruined it.
Damn it, dude.
Fiesel dropping the ball.
I thought I was gonna finally have the opportunity to play this game for the first time, despite hearing how amazing it is for Speed Gaming League, and now I can't do it because you guys blew it.
The next game is.
we could load up the C1 C2 goal and then find a movie someone submitted for it. Fast forward through it. Drop the save state at C3, but yeah, all of that would take longer than setting up the next game.
It sure would. I can't find it. I can't find any of the Wacky Races save states that I made. Shoot. Darn it. Okay, we're gonna have to pick another game. Sorry guys, I know you wanted Wacky Races. It'll be another game.
I
though.
just downloaded it into my emulation folder. Fiesel.
Oh, darn it. I dropped the ball. Yeah, it was me that made the Wacky Race goals, so I must have been the one who lost it. Oh, that's disappointing. Well, we give these guys a list of 17 games to vote on, so there are lots of possibilities here.
So many possibilities, including the games that I submitted, and
Including
the bottom,
Super C.
because I put it on the bottom because I submitted it.
What was the game?
It's not. I think we're not supposed to say that
That's
out loud.
Type
Well-
it in the. You can type it in the Skype chat.
I said it
It's
already.
fine. It's the same game that we've accidentally put in the voting list for Andy a bunch of
Twice.
times already.
3 times.
Yeah.
4
Three
times.
times.
4 times now,
Really?
maybe. I don't know. It's been a lot of times now. I've lost count. It might be third. This definitely might be the third time. At
Okay.
least I have the top score in Wizards and Warriors. Chippendale Risky Rangers.
Now we'll never have Wacky Races, except I'm pretty sure every level in that game has been turned into an SGL goal at this point.
Well, except for that one. Except for the one
That was the last one. We were going to complete the set.
And you ruined it!
All right, so sorry guys, it's not going to be Wacky Races, but it is going to be Chippendale Rescue Rangers for the NES. That's a game that you've probably familiar with if you've watched a little bit of streams, a little bit of streaming. People do run that game from time to time.
It's a cool game to run. I wonder if there's any global timers in this game.
I hope so.
There's things that there's spawned timers in the climb, if it's the goal I'm thinking of. So you're going to be jumping to scroll the screen to control platforms that spawn. That is going to be a thing
dude,
you're doing.
yeah, I got a cool shirt.
A game with extreme PvP. It's true.
I got a cool shirt.
You
Oh,
can
yeah.
play against your friends, even though you're supposed to be working together.
I'll be so disappointed if I lose this race by like, 'cause I got robbed by a spider. That spider, man. He knew. He knew.
He knew it was at stake. He's like, there is no boss at this stage except me.
Boy, did he go well out of his way to be the hero spider. I can't find level. Oh, here it is.
Looks like you guys got the save state to load okay.
Consult the tape. Well, like, yeah, because the save state to load. Of course it's gonna be.
Alright, so they're going to be doing zones F and G.
I think both of these are on the critical path.
I think so. This stage that we're seeing right here definitely is. G, H, I, J. Yeah, so they are both in the critical path. Yeah, I love this game too. I think it's a lot of fun as a speed run. The movement is so simple and the characters are so maneuverable. You have you can change directions instantly. You have full air control. You have a variety of jump heights. I think you can do a 1-frame jump if you want to. So you have full control. There's no minimum height on the jumps.
Alright.
Andy getting well acquainted with just how
Holy
precise the jumps have to be in order to do certain things in this game.
There are, some tricks that you can do in this cannonball section. Some boosts you can get that are kind of tight. I'm not sure if these guys are going to go for it or not.
Well, it depends on what it looks like in Zone F. Or G, whatever the second one is.
I'm trying to find where the video goes to Zone F. There it is.
These are things I probably can't do.
I won't be surprised if this game controls actually too good for the players at first, after dealing with Wizards and Warriors, and it's sort of more heavy momentum based. Yeah, you got a lot of momentum in that game. In this game, you have absolutely none. So at first, I think the players are.
This bowling ball's got such a square hitbox.
Yeah, you don't want to
Yes.
mess with this thing.
The bowling ball's hitbox it's like a giant square, even though it looks like it should have round edges. It doesn't, so you don't want to be anywhere near it. Yeah, this first section is a real pain in the butt. I don't know why I put this in the goal.
We're gonna see so many resets.
Yeah.
Bowling balls and bowling balls and bowling balls.
I think between these two stages, this is not going to be the harder one. I think the next stage will be more difficult.
Oh,
There's-
I'm sure they love to hear that.
But
That's
wait,
right.
there's more?
Struggling with this first section.
There's more?
There's more.
You're doing two stages, F and G, I guess? F and G.
I read it. Oh god, that thing is so square.
Yep. So what you can actually do is run all the way up to the edge and turn around at the last moment and get that falling bowling ball to boost you to the right. It's a very small time savings and it's really hard to do. But given that it happens right at the beginning of the stage, we might see these guys try it. I think it's the kind of thing where you're going to probably want to be pretty comfortable with the rest of the goal before you start trying to do anything crazy like that.
No, crazy is all I know.
Exactly. This guy knows crazy.
It's worked out for him, and it's also blown up in his face before, so...
Oh yeah, Donald Land in particular.
Yeah, that was... You were going really fast in Donald Land, and then
I
you went
sure
too
didn't know
fast.
where I was going though.
You were going too fast.
way too fast.
Oh, I got punched in the face. Yeah, Silent Lamb was a special kind of special.
Diesel and, I don't know, the other guy. Andy opting for this damage boost right off the bat there. Sort of a variation.
I'm not sure if I'm digging that damage boost, honestly. Ah!
It would help if I could control him.
There's only one speed, and it is race cars, and I'm okay with it.
Yeah, that's right. There's no run button.
It's just go fast.
The B button lets you pick up blocks. We will see that a little bit in this goal. Picking up and throwing blocks.
Oh my god, I'm hitting the button like way too early to expect it to buffer from this.
Yeah, the iron balls are very tricky because you it doesn't look like you're hitting them, but it counts as a hit anyway. Their hitbox is deceptively big.
Deceptively square.
Deceptively square.
Is my terminology for when a hitbox is squarer than a circle thing is. It extends beyond the platform too, like.
So this game has an overworld map. You see it for just a moment there, briefly, as these players are entering the level. But there is a shortest path to take, so the any % route will skip a few stages. I believe it skips 3 stages in total. 3 stages it skips. A, C, and F. Nope. A, C, and E it skips. Whereas the all stages category, of course, beats all the stages. The levels that you're going to see today, though, are present in both categories, both all stages and any %. So these should be pretty familiar to anyone who's watched a run of this game. The second room that you see Andy in right now is vertical section. You're limited by the rate at which these platforms that come out of the wall will appear. Each one of these is on a fixed timer from the moment it is first spawned on the screen. So once it spawns at the top of the screen, or the spot where the thing would appears on the top of the screen, a timer begins, and it comes out from the wall a certain number of seconds after that. So to do that section properly, you need to do, in some places, jump, just to scroll the screen a little bit higher, to get the new platforms to appear sooner. So it probably would help to watch a run of this game just to see what the spots are you're supposed to jump at.
Yeah, it's kind of unclear how far you need to scroll the screen to spawn the platform, and because there's a delay before it appears in the first place, that doesn't help when you're trying to figure that stuff out. No immediate visual feedback.
Yeah. I mean, these guys will probably get the hang of these patterns pretty quickly, but in case you're noticing that sometimes a platform appears and sometimes you have to wait for the platform, it's just because the screen wasn't scrolled high enough to start that platform's timer. Yeah, the screen scrolls up, but it doesn't scroll back down again, so you will die if you fall off the bottom of the screen. This music is pretty crazy. This is the boss room music. The bosses in this game are kind of silly. They're all essentially the same concept. It's some enemy that flies around the screen, and you gotta throw a red ball at it. That's all the bosses are like that.
Yep, when no one knows where this ball comes from.
Or why it's there. It seems like it'd be a lot safer for the bosses if they just left that ball someplace else.
Pretty important thing to... Well, you gotta give the players a chance, man.
It's really impressive how fast the speedrun does these vertical sections, because they're jumping with just enough height to make the platform, and that lets them jump again right away. And that is the kind of thing that absolutely only comes with a bunch of time and muscle memory. So you're probably not going to see them tying the world record in this case. but
Says you.
it'll be interesting to see how close they get.
2 splits for this.
Oh yeah, I believe so. Or does the boss have its own split? Let me just see. Oh, it's a cheesy boss, so it probably doesn't have its own split. Yeah, just 2 splits. Yeah, you split when the zone clear screen appears after the level is over.
Alright then, let's take a look at what we got here.
Here we're seeing a glimpse of the second stage that these guys are going to be doing.
It is a glimpse, and that is all you're getting.
That's it. Yeah, this casino stage, pretty fun. This is a more straightforward platformer, just going to the side. You go to the right, and you jump at the appropriate times. There's not really any kind of fast movement technique.
No
You're
button mashing.
Instantly move at the maximum speed. No button mashing. In fact, you might not even need to use the B button at all in this goal. Well, no, there's one spot where you'll need to use it, and then of course the boss. But it's pretty much just a hold right and jump kind of situation. I think there's a spot in this stage, a couple spots where you might need to damage boost a bit. You don't have a lot of health to work with. You have 3 hearts, so that means you can get hit twice and still be alive.
Does your health carry over between levels?
It gets refilled. It carries over between rooms, but it gets refilled between levels.
Okay, that's good to know. Oh yeah, you're right. I was like, did you get to this entire stage with 2 hearts? What's going on here? I forgot you took damage earlier. This is a long level. It is very long.
Well, it is. The first level that you guys did was so short that gotta have something more substantial for the second one.
That cat just disappears. He doesn't even exist anymore.
I actually put some time into this one for the Big 20. This is one of the ones I practiced earlier and did not budget my time correctly, so I spent a ton of time on the earlier games and ended up learning some really substantial games like all of Mega Man 2 in, a couple hours. So that didn't go over well. But I did have a lot of fun learning and playing this game. And early on, I was really bad at these jumping alligator guys. My instinct was always jump over the alligator, and 100% of the time they jump over you, so you want to stay on the ground.
And just run right at them and they'll jump over you, assuming it's not a low ceiling part or something like that. Yep, in the Big 20, see, I had already run this game many years earlier, so in the Big 20 I completely ignored this, and even though I was pretty rusty on the game, I didn't practice it at all, which was kind of a mistake, because I probably could have done a lot better on it, but I just had so many other games to learn. I did Mega Man 2 and Wizards & Warriors, learned them both on the last day before the race, so there was no time for me to go over any of the other games that I was rusty on.
So I believe the blocks that these football guys send flying don't actually exist. You can't be hurt by them.
I'm pretty sure that's true.
It is an observation that I have in fact made.
At first I thought I was just really good at dodging them. I'm like, oh shit, just right in between every time. Oh man, I'm the best. And then more and more it became clear that, that's just what happens. So these bombs at the end that block the door, there is a really complicated, I think, way to despawn one of them.
That sounds complicated. I don't think I do complicated very well.
But I don't know, maybe you just have to, make sure you kill this enemy and not that enemy, and voila. I'm not sure how it actually works.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know either, because I know that's a trick that was discovered long after I stopped running this game, so I never quite learned what the setup was for it, but you can despawn one of those bombs. So you either need to pick up 1 bomb or 2 bombs at the end there.
Learn how to despawn bombs, they said.
Also, thank you to whoever requested the correct music from this game on Rainwave, the final stage. As, this game's music is alright, but the final stage music it's really something.
Yeah, we're
maybe
actually
like
on this
top 10
2 soundtrack right now.
NES. Oh, what a... Well, I get to enjoy it, so I'm still thanking the person who requested it.
But yeah, it is probably one of the top, Yeah, I'd say top 10 song from NES in general.
Yeah, I think so. There's a lot of
What
great
are the
stuff
other
on
9?
NES,
Every
but
song by Tim Follin?
A couple would be on there, probably.
Probably so, but this isn't even a Tim Follin song. It's just really well made.
Of course, Bad Breaks knows how to do the despawn.
You throw a box up and kill the second to last enemy.
Box up to the second to last enemy. Huh? Intriguing. Intriguing.
So not that green thing, but the second to last green thing?
There it is. It's as simple as that.
It worked? Wow, that is simple. Look at that.
Yeah, that's why I said, like, I thought it might have been complicated, but I very well could have just been kill a different enemy. And sure enough, that was all it was.
Look, violence sometimes solve problems.
That's how chipmunks solve problems.
Yes. Chipmunks love solving their problems with violence.
I solve all my problems with violence. And I don't solve many problems.
Alright, so what does this boss look like? Oh, I walked into the spike.
Yeah, you gotta
yeah,
watch out
that's
when
gonna
you walk
happen.
into this room.
That spike is right there.
He throws potato chips at me.
Don't worry about those.
Catching the ball is there a strategy to catching a ball?
I think you hold up
You hold B.
B.
You really just hold B? Is it really that easy? No. Maybe. I couldn't tell because I got hit by something. It is just hold B. Wow.
Yeah, this boss is kind of a pushover. Once you have the hang of him, this should be the easiest boss to do.
Yeah, once you find the spot.
You found the spot.
Look at that. I'll be damned. You guys were trying to trick me by telling me this boss is hard. And I didn't believe you, but you were like...
Yeah, I remember that incident.
Good incident. Alright, let's take a look at this despawning enemy thing. Oh, bombs explode. Who would have thought? Would you look at that? He just despawns a guy. He's just gone. It's like literally magic. I'm pretty sure I just grabbed a block that was hit away from him, but it appeared in my hand anyway.
Yeah, you caught it. You went, think fast, and you did.
I'm pretty good at thinking fast. Bleh.
Am I correct in thinking that Foot Dive recently lost his record? Was it Endy? Let me look it up. But I think there's been some activity on Rescue Rangers.
Yeah, I heard that something along the lines of the World's Rescue Rangers record was broken.
That's right. It was Foot Dive and Nadua who were duking it out for a long time, back and forth, trading seconds, and then Foot Dive got under 10 minutes with a 9:59, and then out of nowhere emerged ND SWE, I guess ND Sweden, who's been on a tear recently on NES games, and he improved the record by about 2 seconds.
2 seconds is a lot of seconds.
For this game, 2 seconds is enormous.
Yeah.
It is.
That's like new tech kind of time savings. He must be doing all the damage boosts on these cannonballs. I mean, that's probably already a given, but 2
Cannonballs
seconds.
are stupid.
Bad Breaks is only 5 seconds behind your time, Fiesel.
Watch out.
I think you're the one who should be watching out.
I'm reminding myself.
He's
to
telling
watch
himself to watch it.
Oh, okay. Damage boosting is hard.
out. Oh, of course, Bad Breaks found a way to get the game to reset to the title screen.
That's always a fun. It's always a fun glitch to see happen.
Yeah, really useful.
Yeah, it could be. You can do some kind of shenanigans with memory.
Yeah, no, that is actually a sign. Something like that. That's often how like credit swap glitches are found. Someone will get the game doing something that there's no way to explain, and you go back and find out that it's because like a bad return address is being used from the stack, and then once you see that, players or tassers try to figure out how to give it a better memory address on the stack there that they can use to get somewhere they want.
It's always fun to see how quickly a speedrun changes once that's found. Someone's like, oh, I found a way to get to the 5th level. And it's like, wow, that's great. And then someone improves it and they're like, actually now I get to the last boss. And then someone else is like, I went straight to the credits.
It's always a one-up competition, man.
Yep.
Always something. Damn it. Took extra damage I didn't want to take. I mean, I'm still practicing anyway, so I mean, I guess it really don't matter. It doesn't matter yet.
Andy feels every mistake.
I do feel every mistake. Mistakes suck. Don't make mistakes ever.
Learn nothing.
Blah!
Yeah, if these guys want to do this room right, it's probably going to involve taking at least 1 damage, so health may end up being an issue in this. Health management.
Managing health.
We'll see.
Depends on how many damage boosts you want to take.
Yep.
Or for me.
Well,
There's
we're-
probably some safety acorns in some of these boxes to refill
No
your
such
health.
thing as safety anything.
Yeah, well, I figured you guys probably wouldn't want to go for it, but I thought I'd mention it all the same.
Yeah, don't even try to suggest that these guys slow down for something.
Why would I want to do that?
Well, both times it seems safety and consistency has been what's won the match from 2 players who are normally not known for that sort of thing.
This is Chippendale's Rescue Rangers, though.
Yeah, that's true. The 2 games they had, areas 7 and 8 of Contra, and then level 6 from Wizards and Warriors. They're very tough goals. Just technically complicated stuff. In particular, that Contra goal, the area 7, the hangar section was pretty tricky to get through. So I think Rescue Rangers is not going to be nearly as complex as either of those goals were.
I think you're right.
I also think you're right. And that's probably because I experienced all of them. Wizards and spiders is what it should be called though.
I didn't see any wizards either.
Yeah. Spiders and warriors.
I didn't even really see a warrior, just a
I
fool
mean, knights
in
are considered
armor.
warriors. You can consider a knight warrior.
He's a warrior of something based off of how he can move in that armor. That counts for something.
It's a Halloween costume. It's not even real armor.
That's why his foot dangles.
Yeah. I mean, you see him when he swings a sword. He's obviously never held a sword before.
He does seem to have a little bit of an issue swinging the sword.
Yeah, if you saw a person swinging a sword in the manner that he was, you would say, let's get that out of this person's hands so they don't poke themselves in the eye.
Or somebody else.
I mean, the armor looks pretty well protected, though.
Yeah,
So,
that's
I
what
mean,
he
I
wants
don't
you
think
to
he's a
think.
danger to himself. I think he's more a danger to everyone else.
John the Gamer heard us announce the mystery game was Wacky Races, stepped away from the computer, came back.
And found out that we screwed up and we don't have the Wacky Races save state. So we're doing the next game down the list here, which is Rescue Rangers.
It's not Super City.
And pretend that you didn't hear about Wacky Races, because that way you'll be surprised when it shows up next season.
That's right, we did create all new goals for this tournament. Not a single one was reused from all of season 1, which was like 2 years long, 67 I think episodes. But we are definitely going to use some of these goals we have here for season 2, the ones that did not get used. And also Thursdays we reuse goals for mystery matches, so probably see a couple of these come back.
How does it work is the question. How does this tournament work? Well, in each of these matchups, we have these guys playing 3 different games, and it's a best 2 out of 3 situation. For each of the games, we tell them what the goal is going to be. In this case, they're doing zones F and G of Rescue Rangers, and these guys have 1 hour to learn that. They're starting from scratch, basically. So they have an hour to learn that, and then they have a half an hour to do attempts. Right now, we're in the practice period. As soon as that practice timer runs out, we'll put 30 minutes on the board and let them do some PB attempts, and whoever has the best PB time at the end of that 30 minutes wins the match. But we're going to be doing best 2 out of 3. So we've already done Contra in the first one, Wizards and Warriors in the second one, and this is our 3rd and final game today. So far these 2 guys are 1-1, 1 win each. So once these guys start doing their PB attempts, whoever's got the best PB is going to be advancing to the next round of the tournament. And there's the bracket right there in chat, so you can see who's been matched against whom.
I'm actually glad you gave us Dale this time. You gave us Chip last time.
Yeah, we try to mix it up a bit for the Chip fans and the Dale fans, keep them all happy.
I'm pretty sure they're split pretty much evenly among all the save states we have for this game, because there's a lot of levels that make for good goals throughout this game. I don't know, man. I'm torn. I respect Chip's work ethic and his cool hat, but I also am more in tune with Dale's laid-back nature. I don't know which of these Rescue Rangers has my heart.
Alright, I'm back. Alright, so how do you play this game? This game is impossible.
No,
This
Contra
is
was impossible.
the most-
Wizards and Warriors was
Contra's easy.
impossible.
Contra is easy. It's just I got tired of mashing.
It's
Chip
your
and
fault
Dale's...
for not being a good masher.
I'm a good masher. It's just mashing for an hour and a half is difficult.
Yeah, he's a sprinter, not an endurance smasher.
Not like DK28 then.
I was looking up times for Contra games on the Super Nintendo because I was curious, and I think it was it Mr. K who still has the Contra 3 record?
Mr. K is kind of like a beast.
Yeah, Mr. K is a god in that game.
And then DK28 right behind him, I think.
I think DK28 usually does like low percent or critical stuff. Easy difficult or something.
Yeah, DK28's second on any percent easy, as well as hard. But Mr. K has a whopping 13-second lead.
Yes, we are restreaming both of these guys. We're not located in the same place. Everyone's in different spots located around this continent here. But these guys are each streaming to their own... Well, they're streaming to a channel that we give them, and then we restream them to the mainstream here. So there's going to be a little bit of a delay, maybe about 4 to 5 seconds. as far as like if you hear them go, oh no, you know, because something bad happens,
no.
like it'll be 5 seconds later that you'll actually see it on one of their streams.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh yeah!
Spider, no.
Season 2, we're hoping to have our own RTMP server, and
Yep.
then the delay will be next to none.
It'll be less, yeah, and also trying to find some way to delay the audio so that it syncs up, but technically that's not that challenging. It's just a matter of trying to do it in a way that's convenient for commentators that are both sitting here in front of the screen, like me, or ones that are remotely watching, like Myth. There's a few logistical problems to
Having
solve.
spiders in it. I think I'm fine.
As a player, all you have to focus on is beating games fast.
Actually, I'm watching off of your screen too, Fiesel. And
Looking over my
outside,
shoulder.
outside the window with a microphone.
It's pretty cold out there.
It's really cold.
Alright, so. Ah!
Yeah, so these flower cards that they're picking up, they're essentially like coins. If you get a certain number of them, you get a 1-up. You'll also see stars. There'll be these little star things that you can pick up, and those will also give you a 1-up if you get a certain number of them, but it's much fewer than the coins. I forget how much it is, maybe like 5 or 10. It's a pretty small amount.
There's also acorns that refill your health. I think there's a regular one that gives you 1 and a flashing one that'll give you 2.
Or 3.
Well, 3 you'd be dead.
You're right. It'll give you 2. Good point. Yeah, there's that. The only other power-up is something, it's like a bottle. And what that does is it gives you super strength, so you can carry heavy objects without slowing down, but there are very few heavy objects in the game, and it's completely useless for a speedrun to get. So I think you're not going to see people picking those up, even if they do find one in one of the levels.
There's also, what's his name? The
Zipper.
bee wasp Zipper. Yeah, he makes you
Zipper.
invincible and kills everything on screen. It's pretty awesome.
Yep, Zipper. Monterey Jack is involved in this, but he doesn't really do very much. He's essentially a cutscene. There's a cutscene where Monterey Jack walks by smelling cheese, and that's it.
Yeah, it drives him so crazy that he charges through the wall and opens up a path. And Gadget, the first half of the game is collecting flowers to give to Gadget. And after you give them to her, you go fight the real final boss. That's
Yeah,
my understanding.
Gadget actually plays a little bit of a role in the game in that she gives you the explanation of what you're going to do. She's like I forget what you'd call it. The dispatcher. She like tells the rescue rangers where to go and what to do. Yeah, at the beginning of the game, you're given the mission. You're supposed to go and rescue a stray dog or something like that, or a stray cat, some sort of stray animal you're supposed to go rescue. And it turns out it's all a ruse by Fat Cat trying to lure you into his clutches. Sorry to spoil the ending of this game.
Fat cat bastard.
Yeah,
Spoilers.
Fat Cat was behind it all. This cat that you're seeing here, who is not all that fat, but sitting up there on top of the slot machine, that's not Fat Cat, that's Slot Machine Cat.
That's his
That
name
cat
in the
is
show,
fat.
I remember.
That cat is much fatter.
From the show, yeah. You remember the episode in the show where those cannonballs were landing on rescue rangers in the sewers? And then they jumped up on platforms in a vertical area for a while?
Defeated the enemy at the end of the episode with a red ball that happened to be nearby.
That's right. Yeah, this is a really easy game to learn. If anyone wants a nice, quick speed game to learn, it's a fast run to do. It's about 10 minutes, give or take, and you can pick it up in just one session. There's really not that much to learn. I mean, it's a platformer, so with a fair number of enemies, so there's a lot of learning where and when to jump. But it's pretty simple. And the
Yeah,
focus is
it's the way it
entirely on
controls.
execution.
The controls are so intuitive once you realize just how much control you have. So I don't think anyone who learned this for the Big 20 came away like, oh man, Rescue Rangers, screw that game.
Rescue Rangers, screw the game.
Oh,
Everyone.
just this
Yeah,
guy.
that's the third game tonight Andy's been dunking on here. One of them was Contra.
I didn't actually talk about Contra. I like Contra.
We'll review the tape.
Alright. Contra's a boss.
Andy says some things, I guess, when he's under duress.
I do speak a lot. I talk a lot about how much I love and hate games that are actually not games I do not hate. You can never tell with me when I like the games or hate them.
Not in the middle of a match, anyway.
This is one of those games that if you watch the task, you're gonna be sad.
Yeah, I watched the test too. I didn't learn anything.
It's the way it manipulates the jumps on these vertical sections is awesome to see. The regular speedrunners have been able to get kind of frighteningly close to it, but there's still a certain level of optimization that the task gets that you can see just by watching.
That's right, Dragon Dark is still alive. Managed to come back in the second match. Barely squeeze out a victory. Incredibly close stuff, but now we get to see the third match. I like when these go a full 3 matches. Yeah, you can tell that boss isn't Fat Cat because he doesn't have the cigar.
Look, smoking is bad for you. Why does that cat smoke?
It's got 9
Because he's
lives.
the bad guy. Oh yeah, that's true.
The disappearing bomb just blows my mind every time. You killed an enemy, now the bomb's gone.
Imagine the first person who found it out. Just what? It's always fun when those moments get highlighted in videos.
Much practice left.
Of practice time, you have about 23 minutes.
It's not a lot.
Oh, wait longer.
You have 23 minutes left to practice. These guys got 23 minutes to put their routes together and get their strats in order, and then we're going to start the match. And they will have 30 minutes to do actual PB attempts. That's when the
It's gonna
PB
come down
attempts
to
begin.
I hate when it comes down to frames.
Yeah, but it's shaping up to be one of those types of matches.
At least it's much more relaxing than Wizards and Warriors was.
Yeah, typically the hard games, you're so focused on practice and you're so worried about, you know, the things you haven't quite got down yet that the hour disappears pretty quickly. But with a sort of easier game, when you feel like you got a handle on things, you know, starting to run out of things I really want to practice. When is this match going to start? Oh, still got 20 minutes.
Yeah, I've been there before. Like, the DuckTales 2 episode, I literally, like, I just stopped playing for, like, the last, like, 10 minutes, because, I've played this so much already, I'm done with it. I'm tired of this game.
This is a pretty enjoyable game. I think that you guys would enjoy speedrunning it.
Yeah, well,
Nah, too bad. I guess we'll never find out.
yep, we'll never find out, exactly. I barely speedrun the games I do speedrun.
On the second stage, that's the kitchen level. I know that I saw it when you first mentioned it to me, like a year and a half ago or whatever it was, 2 years ago. But it's been so long, I can't remember which one it was. On the rat, skipping the steel box. Trying to remember.
The only thing I can think of is the second section of the first level.
Yeah, there's the steel boxes there.
Fiesel doesn't even know his own namesake.
I guess I don't.
Although you kind of have to have someone else name the trick after you. You can't name a trick after yourself. That doesn't go over well. You can find a trick and then not name it, and then hope other people name it after you.
Name it after you. I think that's what you're supposed to do. I don't think you're supposed to name things after yourself. You just have to hope that other people name it after you, or you come up with some sort of naming pact. You name it after somebody else, and they'll name a thing after you.
What's the word? The etiquette behind this is bizarre and hilarious. Well, I guess I can say that's exactly how it works. I certainly have helped coin a name of a trick before.
Yeah, when your axe gets blocked by a spider, you call it the Andy block.
The Andy block, dude. I like it. The Andy block.
Well, we're down to the last third of the practice session here.
There's still 20 minutes left.
There's 18
God.
minutes, 20 seconds left to go through. You have to waste that time somehow. Hopefully you can find something to keep yourself entertained.
And I could eat dinner.
This music is from Rescue Rangers 2. I've been switching back and forth between that soundtrack and the Rescue Rangers 1 soundtrack. We'll be back to Rescue Rangers 1 in a moment.
I am so glad that, unlike Rescue Rangers 2, you don't have to worry about how many flowers you pick up. Or, sorry, Rescue Ranger icons.
Yep.
Yeah. That's a good point. Ah!
Alright, we're back on Rescue Rangers 1's soundtrack now. Yeah, I don't know. Rescue Rangers 2, that's a game we've had on SGL a number of times as well, and it was also in the Big 20 race, and it's a game a lot of us have some experience with, but I think some of the things about it are more creative. They did a better job with the bosses. The levels had a lot more variety and a lot of like special stuff in them. They would code things specifically for certain levels, like the minecart section, and switches that you can turn on and off barriers with. And they had a lot of stuff in Rescue Rangers 2, but I somehow feel like this is a more fun game to play.
There's goofy co-op things like the basketball minigame.
Oh, that's right.
And there's a super throw. Like the power throw or whatever.
Yep,
Yeah,
there's the super throw.
Charge up a thing and do a super throw. You can also throw your friend if you supercharge him.
Makes him to a very powerful weapon.
Yep, we're talking about that for the next time we use Rescue Rangers 2 as a goal. The problem with the bosses in Rescue Rangers 2 is that many of the bosses, instead of, like in this game you just throw a red ball back and forth and the ball is always there. But in Rescue Rangers 2, the bosses will drop stuff periodically that you're supposed to throw back at them. And it's usually really random how frequently they drop stuff. So it ends up making the goals very random that we use for this. So we're thinking of next time maybe making it a 2-player run and letting you carry your friend through the whole level and use them to throw at the boss.
I like it.
So you don't have to wait for projectiles. Yeah, I think it'll be fun. Carry percent speed run. Co-op Team SGL would be fun.
Hey,
It's,
there's an idea.
He's my teammate.
yeah, there's not really much done in terms of co-op speedrunning in the community. It's pretty rare to have somebody who is just as good at speedrunning as you, who lives, within driving distance. But you can do net play on emulator, which has some drawbacks. It is a bit laggy, so you certainly have to get used to the lag. But I think if people start to practice it enough, I think they probably could. We could get some serious competition out of co-op remote speedruns. It's just tough to do, to handle the lag, though. It really is kind of hard to play co-op on emulator.
Yeah, and we have some European players as well, and so I bet the lag there is a bit of a different situation.
Yeah, it's very much dependent on your ping time. It's not going to be good if you're co-oping with somebody on another continent.
Can't platform help.
There have been some cool co-op speedruns over the years, though. Mecha Richter and PJ have done quite a few.
Mm-hmm.
There was a co-op race of... It was this one, not two, right? Or maybe it was both or something.
I can't remember.
It was Fiesel and Sinister 1 versus Cypher and Blecky.
Oh, okay.
It
That was
the first
Rescue
one, I
Rangers
believe.
2.
Oh, it was 2?
1. Sorry. I can't even keep them straight in my head. We raced 1 against Blecky and Cypher, and we co-op ran 2.
Didn't you also come up with like a script that would have the other players' input play out so that you could practice two-player on your own?
Yep,
That's
right.
a really neat idea.
It was very helpful. Rescue Rangers 1, we got a lot of use out of that, just being able to play with an automated partner, basically. But Rescue Rangers 2 was a much harder thing to do that with because there was a lot of stoppage and direction changes on the screen, like where the screen would scroll one way and then another. So that made it a little more complicated. But it could still work.
There's also Andy's Bubble Bobble record with his brother.
Mm-hmm.
There's a 4-player run of Tales of Symphonia.
I think the game that's most notable for speedrunning with co-op play is Contra. All the Contra games, they do the Contra conference every year, where a bunch of Contra speedrunners from all kinds of Contra games, I think they represented pretty much every Contra game at that thing, but yeah, they'll get together in one place over at, I think it's at Mr. K's place, is where they do it.
It's been at Mr. K's and DK28's.
Ah, okay.
DK28's got a bigger house. So they moved it there when
DK28's place. Right. Well, there you go. So, yeah, they do that out there on the West Coast every year. Contra runners get together and they do Contra co-op and try to record world record speedruns.
That's right. There's a couple Left 4 Dead runs.
Yep, that's true. Flicky was part of that. Yeah, a number of people have done Left 4 Dead co-op.
Borderlands 2.
Mm-hmm. Borderlands 2, that was in GDQ. It was co-op.
That was a really
Also,
interesting one.
TMNT.
TMNT.
Couple of co-op TMNT runs.
Yeah, TMNT 4, Mike and Sinister 1 did that.
Oh, did they do that? Nice.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Wow, you got like
Wanted
the
to
perfect
point
jump
I
there.
wasn't expecting it.
Snow Bros. That's a fun co-op.
There was that co-op run of Castle Crashers that no one else seemed to practice for.
That was kind of the Casual Crashers run. Yeah, there's that. Let me see other good co-op games.
Battle Block Theater with PJ and Mecha. That's a really fun one to watch.
Yeah, they also do Battletoads and Double Dragon and
TMNT 3.
and the Manhattan Project. I feel like they've done another one too.
Gauntlet with PJ and Mecha.
Right, yes.
I don't know if PJ and Mecha have done another one. Must have.
Yeah, there's also some Castlevania HD. It was done co-op in one of the GDQs, I think, right?
I think that was single player.
Oh, it was single player? Where have I seen... I saw CVHD co-op in some sort of event.
PJ's done some IL times, I know for sure, with some of the guys.
I know there are a couple of co-op times, but I can't remember if it was at an event or not.
Huh.
CVHD is an interesting game to co-op because there are 4 separate spawns for different players. So the first player will always spawn in the same location, the second player will always spawn in the same location. And in certain maps, the second player actually has a faster route to the boss, or to open up the path to the boss, than the first player.
Yeah, there's weird interactions where one person hits a switch that opens a door for another person on the other side of the map and stuff. Lots of interesting co-op opportunities. I'm also thinking of Goof Troop.
Goof Troop's
It's
another
a
good one.
fun co-op one.
Oh,
that,
yeah.
Who was it? It was Cypher and
Blecky
Blecky
Cypher.
again, right?
Mhm.
Yep. They did that, and this year at AGDQ, I believe Yagamoth is going to do one player, 2 controllers. Yeah.
Mana.
He also does that in Secret of Mana, yes.
Oh, wait, was he doing one player, 2 controller?
He's doing Goof Troop, I think, actually.
Oh, Goof Troop, right.
Or maybe it is Secret of Mana. But he has been doing... Oh, okay.
He's been doing both.
I've seen him practicing both, for sure.
Speaking of Secret of Mana, that's another decent co-op game.
Yep, sure is.
That would be so much better if opening the menu didn't freeze the game.
Yeah.
Because you have one person who whacks things, and then the other 2 people are just magic casters, so they're just constantly pausing the game and going through a menu.
Magic's important.
Yeah, so this game in 2 players is actually... this game, Rescue Rangers, in 2 players mode is pretty challenging to speedrun because there's a lot of lag. Having another player on the screen is like having one more sprite that's there all the time. So anytime that you get more than one enemy on the screen, you start to see a lot of lag. So a lot of the 2-player run is minimizing that lag, sort of like making up for the fact that you've got 2 players.
Oh, that's right. We've had variations on 2 players, but only 1 controller. They both take half the inputs. There's been a couple fun incidents of that. The really cool one was GoldenEye. Bass boost and someone. But there's a control scheme in that game where you actually are supposed to use 2 controllers. And I think if you master it, I think it has some advantage in speedrunning. But they ran the game that way, except each player had their own controller. And movement in that game is really weird too, because you want to be diagonally strafing everywhere. So there's some communication about like basically which way you're going to be facing. You're either going to be facing diagonally left or right. And so he would call out which way he was going to go before they made a turn, so that they would both go the right way they needed to.
Ridiculous.
It's really fun. And they killed it too. They like were close to the record after I think over the whole run. So definitely look up that one. Oh, the Hulk has been doing something similar to those tool-assisted runs that would play multiple games with the same input.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like Lahulk has been doing Soul Blazer and Illusion of Gaia at the same time.
Wow.
That's not easy.
No, that's not. The tool-assisted runs get away with it because they can use things like lag frames to sneak inputs in certain games and not others, but player can't really do that.
Bad Bricks is saying that Zodastone may have beat both Star Tropics games at the same time.
In 2 hours.
Yeah, in 2 hours. That's pretty impressive because the runs themselves are over an hour each. Huh.
I'm going to click and see how much practice time is left, and if there's like 15 minutes, I'm not going to be that surprised. But it's not.
Less than
less
that.
than 5. Less than 5 minutes.
Thank God, right?
Oh, Sinister 1 also did Double Dragon. 2 players, 1 controller, or 1 player, 2 controllers.
And Rescue Rangers too.
Oh, he did that as well?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, it was a bid war between Sinister doing one-player controllers or actually 2-player co-op. So Fiesel got shafted there. Like,
That's fine.
Shenmue 1 and 2. I have no idea what a Shenmue speedrun looks like. So it looks like players are opting not to do some of these crazy damage boosts at the beginning, despite this being a undoubtedly close match in the end.
the issue with it is the next ball will spawn, and you'll end up running into that. You still end up having to wait for the very next one.
Is there? I figure like I thought the task did something with that though. You could continue with it.
It probably
and
does,
with
but
it
it's
in
probably
a
on
way.
very specific balls.
Yeah. Also, there's one you need to do it for later on anyway.
I still say the hitboxes on these balls are wrong.
They're not good. They are inaccurate. You can really see it on these long straightaways where you're just walking, but Chip and Dale do kind of have this kind of sachet going on with their walk cycle. But it's like a speed sachet. Well, definitely an improvement in consistency here. I'm sure these players have felt like they've been kind of spinning their wheels for the past 15 minutes, but I feel like I'm seeing some improvement in the consistency department.
Consistency is hard.
Oh no. The chat's onto us. Fiesel stepped away for a moment, and they caught him. I'm not good enough to keep it going on my own. Head for corn dogs. Maybe. That sounds good right now.
Nice, you feeling this milkshake?
Wow, nice B.
Have those milkshakes to power you through SGL.
I could doubly go for a milkshake.
Make me want a milkshake.
Yeah, I know. It's not okay because it's milkshakes. They don't come by. You don't come by a milkshake all that often.
Oh, you really don't.
I have a steak and shake not too far from here, but I stopped going there because it kept messing up my order. I'd order like a chocolate milkshake and somehow I'd get chocolate banana.
What?
I asked for a shake and they gave me a steak. Oh, the timer's going up? So time ran out. It's officially last call. I'm gonna call it. Boom, there it is. Last call. We're moving on. We're gonna start this match. Unfortunately, I can't affect the timer from here, so we can't officially start. And in that case, you might as well keep practicing in the downtime.
Might as well keep practicing.
But as soon as your father gets home, he's gonna have things to say about this. Just you wait. Cats and dogs living together, mass hysteria. I stole that from chat, but I figured a Ghostbusters reference is worth reliving.
I'm back, guys. Sorry about the extra practice time.
Yeah, I'm sure the players absolutely hated extra practice time.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't know with how Andy was complaining earlier.
Well, I guess we're ready to go do this match here.
As will ever be.
I guess so. So let's switch over. Switch over. There we go. You guys don't have to switch anything. It's just me who's gonna do this.
Yeah. Get with the.
I know. I'm just holding you guys up.
Oh. Mark puts something in that. Just take it.
All right. I'm ready when you guys are.
One sec.
I will also elect for 1 sec. I have a feeling I'm not going to win this either.
That's the attitude.
It's always the simple games that I lose in. I'm gonna keep practicing.
Alright.
I wonder if there's a place that can deliver milkshakes.
Milkshake delivery.
Gosh.
I'm ready to go.
All right, good. Then I'm gonna give you guys the countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Thank you. I'm starting a tiny bit late because I realized something else.
Well, here they go.
Yeah,
Starting off
here
here.
we are.
I'm already starting slowly. Hooray!
So this is our third and final match of the evening. These players are 1-1. Andy won the first match, which was of Contra. Dragon Dark won the second match, which was Wizards and Warriors. And our third match is Chippendale Rescue Rangers. These players have 30 minutes to do as many attempts as they can of these two levels of the game, zones F and G. They can reset as often as they like. Every time they get a PB run, or a run that they think is a PB, they can submit the input recording, and they send that to us, and Arcano, our timing referee, will play that input recording back on emulator and give us the exact timing down to the frame. And at the end of 30 minutes, whoever's got the best time is the winner, not only of this match, but of this whole episode, and they'll be moving on to the next level of the tournament.
That's right, it'll be Losers Finals versus Error 72. The winner of that will go on to Grand Finals versus Jorf. So this is a big sort of match here, I'm trying to figure, what do we even, I guess it's an episode. It's a collection of 3.
Yeah, episode is probably a good
3 matches.
name for it.
So, yeah, this one match is going to determine the episode that determines a huge chunk of our playoff tournament. So it's come down to Chip and Dale here. A relatively easy game, especially compared to the stuff we've given them earlier today. So these players got really comfortable with the game, I think. Very quickly, they were, moving smoothly through these stages, and all the extra practice time was just ironing things out, improving their consistency, cutting little corners everywhere. So I think we're going to see a number of finished runs here, and I think we're going to see a very, very close battle.
Yeah, I think so too. This is not really a goal that you can save all that much time in.
Can't do anything anymore.
That was PB, I think, for me.
Wow, he's already got a run in. But 201 from Dragon Dark. He's got a run up on the board already.
Been playing like ass for the last 12 minutes.
Oh no, he got burned out.
Burned out, man.
You really should have just stopped playing, just stepped away. So Fiesel, you have some experience with this game.
No, he doesn't.
I sure do. But these guys are pretty much as knowledgeable as you can get about these levels at this point. I mean, there are a few tricks that they're not doing, but for the most part, you can pretty much watch a run of this game and copy the stuff they're doing, and you're good to go.
Very, very speedrunner, beginner friendly. And these are not beginner speedrunners. I mean, the fact that they haven't played, they haven't speedrun the game before, yes, but both have proven to be top SGL players here. So when you serve up a nice and easy game to learn like this one, they really end up pushing the limits. Andy has said he prefers the games that are a little more meaty, more to them, and he feels like that's his strength, is in making the best of a tricky situation rather than optimizing a more comfortable one. But Dragon Dark seems to be kind of an all-around player here. So we're gonna see how this shakes out. Got 0.0 on the split for Dragon Dark. Probably going to see that quite a bit. Right there, you saw Andy peg that green ant-looking thing, and that despawns one of those 2 bombs that's blocking the doorway. Kind of a neat thing that doesn't really make too much sense, but works every time. Easy to learn.
Speedrunners, man. They do magic stuff.
got the comparison videos up here. What you're seeing in that thumbnail video at the top corners of the screen, that's Dragon Dark's 2.89, 2 minutes .89 run, being synced up to the current run that each of these guys is doing. So we can see where the time savings or time loss is coming from. So far though, Dragon Dark seems to be pretty much even with his PB. Looks like he may have fallen behind just a tad bit there, but I think there still could be some time gain in the second section of this level.
I think it's only going to be time gain in the second section. It's going to be the boss.
Yeah, there's a little bit of hesitation while you line yourself up with this sort of magic spot on the boss where you're not getting hit by the spike on the floor or by any of his attacks, but you can still hit him. And finding that spot quickly is hard. You do have a ton of control over your character in this game. You know, they stop immediately after you stop input on both jumps and horizontal movement. So you can get pretty good at moving Dale here into these really precise spots. But it definitely is a chance for small hesitations to cost just a tiny bit of time, and that's where this match is going to be decided. All the tiny little hesitations, all the tiny little moments lost.
Yeah, in the boss fight itself, you're not really going to gain that much time other than, as you said, positioning yourself for the first throw. But because the boss's hitbox is so big, you just want the ball to be anywhere on top of the boss at the time that his invincibility runs out, and you've gotten, you know, the optimal hit. So once you've landed that first hit, as long as your timing is good, you should be getting 100% consistent times on that boss.
Couple of tricky damage boost opportunities.
Yeah, we might see some damage boosting from these cannonballs at the beginning.
Dragon Dark is actually 2 frames slower.
It was 2 frames slower, the run that Dragon Dark just submitted. Oh.
I don't think I'm gonna be able to even. I don't know where I'm losing so much time in the first level compared to Dragon Dark, because I'm definitely losing time compared to him. Just on the first level, and I don't know where it is. Where are they? Where are the frames at?
Well, definitely in the vertical climb section.
Whoa, okay.
It's possible to lose some frames, but I don't know exactly what kind of gap you're looking to close here.
Oh, a second.
A second.
Amount of time.
That's a lot of frames.
That's a lot of frames, exactly. It might just be the
I went the wrong way again, shit.
Well, Dragon Dark managed to save 0.7 seconds on that first stage.
And then I lost it by taking the wrong way damage boost in the second one.
Right. But I was going to say that the fact that DD submitted 2 runs with almost exactly the same time must mean that he's come up with the strat and is playing up to that exactly, like playing it perfectly. But if he's able to save 0.7 seconds mysteriously in the first stage, I guess there must be some improvement somewhere in there.
Experimenting at this point, I don't know if it'll be enough or the right thing to experiment with, but like, I gotta do something.
Strategy aspect of SGL coming into play. You've seen the players do that quite a bit. When you're really rushing, you are not on that platform for very long at all before you get a chance to jump off of it.
Oh, I think I still might have saved time.
And it looks like he did. It's assuming he split accurately, that is going to be a slight time savings for Dragon Dark. Our timing referee Arcano is going to play that back and get us the exact timing there to know for sure. But yeah, these bonus games that you see in between the levels, they don't really do anything. You can't speed the game up. You can't speed them up. It's just a fixed amount of time. You'll normally see people doing things just to show off there. The runners will just see how many boxes they can get, or they'll do funny little dances, and lots of different ways to play this bonus game, but it doesn't really mean anything to the speedrun. You can get 1-ups there. That's the point of the bonus game, is to get some extra lives. And in 1-player mode, you don't take any deaths because that would be a huge time loss. In 2-player mode, though, the lives that you get there are important, and you do need to be careful how you do those bonus rooms and who gets the 1-up between the 2 players. Because in 2-player mode, you do balloon skips. So basically when one of your characters dies and the other one's still alive, the character that died comes back attached to this balloon that floats through the level. It's very similar to coming back in bubble form in New Super Mario Bros. It's essentially that. You'll float around for some period of time, or you can cancel out of it early. And the speedrun uses that to save a lot of time. You can even time it so that both people balloon at the same time and just skip obstacles in the stage. So a lot of intentional deaths happen in the co-op run.
Really good for that stage with the fans that blow you back.
Mm-hmm. Yep, you also use it in the stage with the water faucets that you have to turn off. And there's some places where the direction of scrolling will change, and you can cut the corner on the scroll change.
Gotta run.
All right.
And he's got to
We're
run.
looking at a 2-point
really close.
something.
It's gonna be close.
It's extremely
we all
close.
knew
Yeah.
this is going to be close, yeah.
Yeah, 2 minutes, 0.7 on Andy's manual splits, and Dragon Dark's official time is 2 minutes, 0.69, so essentially, they're essentially the same. Really.
We'll see who is on top, or possibly even tied. We have had a couple of ties. It's pretty hard to do it when we can time down to the frame, but it can happen.
Yes, we have had some ties.
I was a victim of one of them.
Victim, he says.
Yeah.
Gives you an idea of the outlook Andy has on competition.
Yep.
Game night tie-in. Bionic Commando. Final Bionic Commando.
There's a 14 frame difference between those 2 players.
All right, who's on top?
Andy.
Yep, Andy's the one. So
We have a lead change.
yep, it's 2 minutes, 0.46 for Andy, and it's 2 minutes, 0.69 for Dragon Dark. So the lead change.
Certainly been through my share of close matches. Particularly against Shore.
That's
Jorf and
true.
I
I
love
think actually, if you look at Andy's record, he's like he wins every match except if he's against Cards of the Heart or Jorf. Although today that's changed a bit, but those have been his 2 weak spots so far. Andy and Jorf have a bit of I don't want to say history. That sounds bad, sinister.
I mean, we're kind of good friends anyway, so I mean...
Yeah, that's what I mean.
It's certainly not like a bad history, for sure.
Yes, that's why I didn't want to say that. But I feel like that's the implication when you say these players have a history. So. But no, yeah, they.
I promise
I
Jorf
think-
I'd
I
face
find
him in
that-
the finals, so I've got to work on this.
Find that dynamic interesting sometimes. Author Blues and John Carls are
Did promise
Are
that I
pretty
would
good
win.
friends.
There it is. I promised I would fave in the finals. There's Jorf calling me out right now.
he has to win.
I don't want to be a liar. A liar caught on stream.
Yeah, Bad Bricks is right. All ties are decided by our official tiebreaker game, Dragon Buster 2.
I mean, I read up more on it more now that I actually played it. Like after the blind race is over, I looked up more stuff about it, and I now know different things about it that I didn't know before. That's a perfect
Over
time. I think I might split early, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's hard. This is a case where you want your splits to be as accurate as possible because you need to know if you're ahead or behind. And
Find out.
it can be murky when you factor in the precision of hitting the split button.
Splitting is hard, man. Splitting
Yeah, every time these guys go through a screen transition, I'm looking at these comparison videos here just to see which one the fade out happens on first, because it's so close you can't even tell sometimes just by looking at them, even with the side-by-side video.
Have we ever had Zez's on the show? Zex's.
No, we haven't yet.
Zez.
That is a fun
Zez.
game, but it has not been on the show yet.
I think I lost a couple frames on the boss.
Boss frame loss.
It's gotta be like frames. I lost frames and I know I lost them too. Like, I could have beaten my PB.
You gotta go pick him up.
Gotta pick up my frames.
Nope, so he's pretty sure that's not a PB, so let's move it
Sure
on.
enough. I submitted it anyway, but
Okay. Well, we'll check.
figured we should have the scientist analyze it rather than go by my hearsay.
My lab coat on, my goggles ready. Don't worry, it's all good.
Goggles in case the speedrun spontaneously blows up in his face.
Speedruns are known to do that.
Chip and Dale is a known volatile compound.
It's true, we have had some speedrun related injuries.
That last one was slower, Andy.
I had a feeling it would be.
It was slower.
Yep. Thank you for timing that. My splits are a little bit more accurate though.
Yeah. Well, we got Dragon Dark working on the second stage, coming in with green zeros, so pretty much tied with his splits, and he's coming in with 0.1 in the green. So both of them essentially even. Looks like Dragon Dark is actually pulling ahead of his PB in this stage, though.
He did take a damage boost forwards. I don't know if he got that in this other run.
Let's see what
No, I
happens.
got knocked back in my PB.
Yeah, there it is. So, only just a little bit left to execute on here.
Bad.
Oh, I let go of B a frame too early there.
Oh, bonk. Gets bonked by the
He got
red
bonked.
ball.
Oh man, that probably would have been it.
Probably.
Well, he knows where the time savings is going to come from. He's got his marching orders here. Let's see if he can pull it off.
Yep,
Let's
similar
go.
to
That's
Contra.
a good start.
There's not a whole lot of decision making here. It's just raw execution from two players who are quite good at that.
No, Dale, don't chase the ball down the pit. That's not going to help. Or run into it because the hitbox is wrong.
All right, once again, Andy coming into this second stage, 0.1 ahead of his PB. Actually, I think those splits are from the one that turned out to be slightly slower than his PB,
Yeah.
but still, they're probably pretty close.
I made a mistake early on though, so I don't know if it's gonna be enough. I guess I'll find out.
Both
Still-
players, like, not really too worried about mistakes when losing these runs, because I think both of them are confident in their ability to eventually get the one they really want. But time is running out. We are down below 10 minutes now. But still, you
Fortunately, I
can.
think most of the resets are in the first stage.
Yeah,
First stage is Reset City.
but both players still. They just seem to have a certain amount of confidence here.
Ah, bonked. don't know, that last set of platforms seems a little RNG dependent. There's something else controlling it, it feels like.
I think I know what you mean. I feel like I am seeing some variation. But I wonder if it's just like all the small hesitations compounding to put you in slightly different situations at slightly different times, and I can't tell.
Well, both players seeming pretty comfortable with this first stage now. I had thought that this first stage was going to be the thing that really tripped people up, but it seems...
Tripped me a lot.
It
Yeah.
trips me more than the second stage.
You think so? Because it seems like I see you guys on the second stage much more than I would have expected.
No. You're
Nope.
looking at somebody else's
We
screen.
reset it less over the second
You've got-
stage than
and
the
you've got-
first stage.
You've got selective eyes vision.
It
I was
must
gonna say
be.
memory, but not really.
It must be.
Just where you're looking.
You adjust your glasses.
Well, he steps away, looks at, twiddles some knobs behind the scenes to make sure the broadcast is going okay. Comes back. Oh, they're on level 2. Okay. Goes back. Comes back. Level 2 again. That sort of thing.
Jump.
Eventually, we would like to have someone help us with some of the knobs and levers behind the scenes. It'd be really cool if we could do like audio mixing on the fly.
Alright, we got Andy coming into the boss here.
Might be. It might just be it. A couple more frames is all I want.
All I want for Christmas is a couple more frames.
Ooh,
Might be enough.
that sure looks like it could be a PB right there. It looks like a low 2 minutes.
Which is honestly all I really need.
Well, it's definitely not over yet. While it can feel really good to execute on a run that feels pretty much perfect.
It certainly isn't perfect.
No? Okay.
But like it is. If I gain a couple frames, then that takes a little bit of the pressure off me, because I'm losing by single frames is such a huge. If you're ahead by only like a frame, it's just like you're on the hot seat still. If it's
Yeah.
2 frames,
All of a sudden, you might as well just quit ahead. You got it. You're locked in.
Andy, I'm sorry to say, but you tied your PB.
damn it!
Oh, man.
Oh no. Frame perfect
Now
tie
the
with his
speeds are
own
definitely accurate.
Yeah, I guess so. Certainly can see everyone's like on the ball. That's a good point. Maybe I should start trying to do that. Oh, oh, damn. I almost did it. I'm gonna actually try to do that. I have to play against myself in Dragon Buster now? No, I can't do that.
Well, it's 5.5 minutes left on the clock. Yeah, Bad Breaks has pointed out that there are boosts that you can do off these cannonballs.
I try to do them now.
Yeah, it's pretty tricky, but it can be done. Oh, he just did one. And he does them right there.
Yeah, once again, the hitbox of the balls rearing its head is this troublesome thing. You need to turn around to do these damage boosts sooner than you'd think.
Yeah, you always get boosted the opposite direction that you're facing, so what you need to do is get really far to the right right before the cannonball hits you. You turn around, and it's a pretty tight window.
I'm definitely ahead now because of that.
Yeah, that boost did put him a little bit ahead. He's 0.4 ahead of his splits coming into the second stage.
Dragon Dark's looking out to finish another run. See what the frames have to
Oh,
say.
come on! I hit the jump button, game.
Oh,
Boop. Yep, bumps that Rhino. Probably not worth continuing at that point, considering how close
That was
this
exactly what cost me the last.
and we'll see if Dragon Dart can keep his cool here. I think that was working against him in the Contra match.
Damn it, I died.
is. Spoilers. Nope, there he died. Oops.
Shit.
Yeah, I think you only need to take 1 damage boost in that level, but if you get hit by another thing, you could be on your last health in that room. Oh, there's a 2 boost method for that as well.
I don't know how to do it. I can barely do the 1. It's actually really hard to do.
The music that's playing right now is the actual music for the stage that you're seeing. Here we go, we got a boss fight.
Oh, that was an improvement.
Oh, damn it.
Oh no.
We could be looking at a 2:05 here.
Yeah, 2 minutes point 5 is that's what it says in the manual. Splits will know in just a moment after Ark has done his magic on the input recording.
But Andy's damage boost in the first level here is earning him a pretty good chunk of time here.
Yeah, let's see if you can finish it out.
Alright, I did it.
Really quick on getting the ball in the air on that boss.
It's definitely a PV. I don't know if it's enough, but it is certainly a
Ooh.
PV.
So close, that's a low 2 minutes. Wow.
These are...
Well, Dragon Dark's time is up there on the board. It was a 2 minutes point 34, which is faster than the run that we did have on the board from Andy, but now Andy's improved his own run, so let's see how much he improved it by. We did have, for a moment, we had a lead change. We may still have a lead change. We'll see after Andy's run comes in. And we've got only about a minute left on the clock here, so getting right down to the end.
There's a 5-frame difference with Andy in the lead.
Wow.
Andy is ahead by 5 frames. Oh my goodness.
Holds on to his lead and puts a ton of pressure on Dragon Dart to come up with something special here in the last... Well, he is looking at green numbers. That's going to help.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be a split error thing. We don't know. He knows, but he's going to focus, play out this almost last run here.
Yeah, last call is going to happen in about 10 seconds, so he's not going to know how this is going.
Just another example of accurate splitting being a helpful tool.
Okay,
in the
last call.
match.
Last call,
There
guys.
it is.
I died. Hey, you didn't pay this off yet. Yes. Oh, I missed it.
Alright. But no more resets after this, though.
Okay, I messed up.
Andy knows he's only got a 5-frame lead.
There we go. Let's see.
Ah!
Oof.
Oh, he hits that first spike. I don't know if this is going to be it.
No.
Oh, and he misses with the ball. Oh.
Oh, that was so stressful.
Man, you guys are so close. Wow, 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 wow. Once again, nail biter finish.
Good
Heartbreaker.
games. Jesus Christ. This match was like so close the entire time. I don't think I've ever had like a closer 3-game series. Wizards and Warriors getting thwarted by a spider. 5 frames in Chip and Dale. Oh my goodness. That was a nail biter.
Well, Andy can.
Hit too.
Yeah, that was that point 2 seemed legit. So I think you would have had more than 5 frames.
Yeah,
man.
that probably could have been it.
So the equivalent of the spider for Dragon Dark is the nail in the floor, and it's gonna be the nail in the coffin. Oh man,
Well done.
Dragon Dark
Good
is
jeez.
officially eliminated from the playoffs. Andy does move on, so his promise is not broken to meet
God.
Jorf in the
Eric,
grand
Make
finals.
sure his promise is broken.
Dragon Dark knows who he's rooting for. But
I do thank Andy for taking out Cananophone though. That's a good, at least revenge kill. But now
And you got
Eric-
my revenge kill too, so it worked out perfectly.
yeah, you guys
Yeah.
each other out there.
But now I
Good
gotta
to
root
see
for
you,
Eric
Bill.
because you beat me.
I'm glad that nobody's mad about the way things went.
Nah, that was
Both
like
players.
I
both played.
can't be mad about being only 5 frames behind. I can't be
Yeah.
mad about that.
I
knew
get mad
that
about a
was gonna be a
spider,
frame.
but like I'm not like upset at me or my opponent there. The spider decided who destiny.
The spider was the champion of the night.
Yeah, 5 seconds was that spider took that away. So that's probably the biggest gap between you guys, for sure. So shout outs to Wizards and Warriors Spider. But yeah, Dragon Dark finishes 4th place in our tournament. Andy moves on to face Error in losers finals, and I don't
Next
think
episode is
have-
scheduled for tomorrow, I think.
tomorrow. I hope it's tomorrow. It could be tomorrow.
Could be tomorrow.
I don't
match.
think. Yeah, I don't know if it's going to to be tomorrow. It could be if
like
it's
really
early, but
Early.
or very late. But
It had to be early or late for me.
That works.
maybe so. Like how early?
I could do noon. Like actually, probably not noon. I would say probably like 10 or 11 because I have to be out of my house at like 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It's kind of a risky thing.
Huh?
Yeah, if it went to 3, that'd be no good for 12.
Yeah.
But for 10 though,
Yeah, 10 should be able to finish in that time.
errors in chat. We can just hash this out.
Yeah,
He works
that's all right.
tomorrow,
We'll hash this out. We'll figure this out.
Error works tomorrow, so
We're hoping to get it done soon this weekend. We want to be able to do the grand finals
on Sunday. That's the plan, but
on Sunday. Yeah.
it's gonna be hard.
I thought you were planning on doing a Christmas episode on Sunday.
It's
Well,
gonna
we
be
can do
both.
both.
It's gonna be all kinds of.
Oh.
We were like, well, we could. What if there's it'd be like an after party, or if we had 2, if the loser wins,
I could also do late.
then there would be a whole nother match, and so we could do like Christmas in between while the players take a break because they're gonna need a break. We were talking about all kinds of things, and it's still a little bit up in the air. Eric says he could do late. I don't know. We'll figure
Yeah, we'll
it
get
out.
it worked out, and we'll let you know. But just to follow our Twitter. That's probably the best way to see the
That's
announcement
right.
of when we do get this match scheduled for.
You can also follow us on the channel here, and you'll see us go live, and maybe that'll be enough. But yes, Twitter is definitely the best way to keep in touch with what we are doing. Other things we are doing that you should know about. We've got a calendar, speedrun events calendar, speedgaming.tv/calendar, and it's got all the speedrun events that are going on there, or at least
The ones we know
will.
about.
Once we know about them. So we need your help to keep it up to date. So please, if you have an event or know of an event that you want on this calendar that you want people to see, let us know and we'll put it on there. We've got the SNES Superstars Marathon. This is really, I think it's probably our biggest undertaking so far. And we're very excited about it. It's going to feature the best runners from a ton of SNES games. And we're currently taking game submissions, so if you've got a top time in a SNES game or you know someone who does, then please, you or they head over to SNESSuperstars.org and submit your run. And we're also looking for volunteers, lots of volunteers for all kinds of things: commentary, hosting, setup, art, web development, backup restreaming, video editing. There's all kinds of things we're looking to get some help with. So if you know anything about any of those things and you want to be a part of something cool, then please let us know. You can go to SNESSuperstars.org, and there's a link there for volunteers. We're also doing a Zelda 2 tournament that's ongoing. Well, we're not doing it. We're helping
We're not doing it. Yeah, we didn't
organize
organize it, but we are broadcasting some of the matches from it.
Yeah, I want to make that clear. You can go to challenge.com/Z2Tourney to find out about that. And there'll be a Blaster Master tournament after the SNES Runs Marathon, March 21st. So if you want to be a part of that, you want to jump in on a new speed game with a bunch of other people who are going to be doing the same thing and have some fun and see how good you can get in a short time, start learning Blaster Master, because that's going to sneak up on you.
Master Blaster.
And I think we got one for good too. And if you feel like committing, you can go ahead and commit to signing up right now.
Sign up right now.
New Year's resolution: speedrun Blaster Master. Do it. But that's it. We don't know exactly when our next episode is going to be, but follow us on Twitter and here, and you'll know when we know. And then that means we'll see you again next time. So from all of us here at Speed Gaming and Dragon Dark and Andy, thanks so much, guys. Congrats.
Thank you very much. Good games again. Jeez.
Yeah.
Good games, guys.
Some
These are
close
really good
stuff.
races.
All right. Well, that's it. Thanks for watching, everybody.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
I'm out of here. I gotta eat some
Do we
dinner.
all
I'm
say
still
bye
hungry.
again? All right, yeah, let's say bye again.
Bye. Goodbye. I'm getting food. I'm hungry.
Bye.